Hello. I couldn't find the mic button. Hi, everybody. Oh, I just knocked over my can of coffee. Empty can. Hello, everybody. What's up, Brandon? What's up, Kaze? What's up, Water? Get to be here at the finale. Late nights playing champions. Already paying off. Yeah, I did not realize when I set the time for this meeting, like the time it happens every single week, I did not think about daylight savings changing for you guys. Like, so all of a sudden it's an hour later for everyone else, and then if I'm 30 minutes late like I am today, then suddenly it's an hour and 30 minutes for you guys, right? Some of the Uniqlo shirts, yes. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I was gonna get the Pikachu one, but I'm light on spendable cash, and it's like not centered. It almost looks like an employee shirt, which is fine. It's a black shirt, and then it has a vintage Pikachu on it, a retro Pikachu on it over here. But like if I wore a jacket, which I do 90% of the time, it would be covered. So just be a black shirt. So I was like, well, if I'm light on cash and you can't see it anyways, like I would know it was a Pikachu shirt, but like everyone else wouldn't know. I was like, oh, never mind. What's up, Ghosty Trains? Good morning, Ryder. Hello, everybody. We're gonna talk about Pokemon today. It's so funny. I'm like so excited to talk. I don't like. There's a lot to talk about, but there's also not a lot to talk about. Because of where we're at in the game, right? But that being said, I was just thinking about Pokemon. I've been thinking about Pokemon nonstop since I last played last night. It's just so interesting what they're doing with FireRed and LeafGreen in a way that I did not. I don't know if I didn't care about it as a kid. My memory of the Sevi Islands is just like really cool that you can get Gen 2 Pokemon, and then that's it. Like that's the extent of it. I was like, oh, cool. You know, more trainer battles, cool. And I get, Gen 2 Pokemon. Was just catching on the latest VOD. The delay gave me a little bit more time to catch up. How far did you get? Where are you at? I'm curious to know. Yeah, I've been loving this game. I like FireRed and LeafGreen more than I used to. I mean, I liked it a lot before, but to me, FireRed and LeafGreen like had like the edges shaved off, which I mean, I think is still kind of true. It's like weird. It's like an amalgamation. It's like I don't know if that's the right word. Some things are super authentic, and some things are like a little. And I'm not talking about like how easy it is. Right? Like that's not what I'm concerned about. It's It feels. Why? Because maybe this is an aspect of it being easier. It feels kiddier. It feels more concerned with. It feels brighter. Maybe that's the best way to put it. I mean, like not because it's not black and white or whatever, but it feels. It feels a step removed, right? It feels a degree removed, and from the original like, tokusatsu kaiju aspect of Pokemon. Even though like most of it's the same, but I still really like it. Right after you beat the Rocket Warehouse, I mean, like that's all you need to see. That's the best part. Something to say about the Sevi Islands, Celio specifically. Can I put in the chat now or later? I would just put it in the chat later, just because I will forget. Unless you gotta go, then you can put it in chat. It's not a big deal, but I might forget. And we're not gonna talk. We're gonna go through everything in order. So, okay. So before we start, some house cleaning. This is the finale of the book club. So if you get to this point, like when this becomes a YouTube video, when you get to this point, this is the end of the book club. Okay, and it is the end of the book club. I did not get through all the Sevi Islands. I wasn't planning to get through all the Sevi Islands. I just got to where I could get Mewtwo, and that was the end for me. Because there's more stuff to do. There's corners I haven't been to. It was never going to be 100%. And I kind of think this kind of got not long in the tooth. Even if we didn't miss that 1 week where like I had trouble beating the Elite Four in time during finals week, even if we didn't miss that 1 week, I feel like expecting like a giant group of people to play a game for a month and a half is like too much. I feel like we should have stopped like the week that I did the Elite Four should have been the last week, right? So if I had shown up that week, that felt like the last week where we had like a lot of momentum, right? Where like it didn't feel unreasonable to ask a bunch of people to do stuff, because like that's when a ton of people, because I wasn't the only one that didn't finish in time, that's when a ton of people are like, oh, real life happened, real life caught up with me. Now again, that might be biased because I had finals that week and it felt particularly hard to keep up that week. But again, I wasn't the only one that couldn't keep up that week. In previous weeks, people were having trouble with as well. Yeah, it definitely disappeared after a while. I just got so busy with work stuff I couldn't play. Yeah. And I think what was I gonna say? I think a lot of things. I can't think of what I was about to say. Because I was reading chat as I was saying I think, and then I'm like, oh no, I completely replaced what was in my brain. I think the game's designed. Oh, that's what it was. I think we maybe split it up too much, where like if you had more time 1 week than another week, you had to stop, right? And you couldn't keep going. So like maybe next time we do like 3 badges a week. Like that's a lot to ask, but like I feel like when you're excited about something, it's easier to keep the momentum up, right? If we did like 3 badges a week, because I think what made it really long is that again, the weeks you had more time, you still had to stop at 2 weeks and you couldn't play anymore, right? So even if you had all this free time, you were stuck. So I think maybe 3 badges next time. The thing is, like 3 badges is like it kind of ruins the pace of the game a little bit. I don't know. It is tough. It's tough. I really don't know what the correct answer is. What's up, Ghost Kid? I didn't join because I couldn't do 2 badges in 1 week. I thought it would have been easier, so you don't have to play as much each week. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't regret anything. This was the coolest thing we've done like ever. This was so fun. Like I don't regret any of it. I just don't know what the answer is. I don't know how to like. The pacing felt off. First of all, the pacing felt correct until we got to like the last week or the Elite Four week, and then I'm like, oh man, we got still tons to do, but like we still got all this to do. Like, and I'm like, oh man, it feels like this should be the last week, but we still have like 2 more weeks. Even if I didn't miss a week, would have had 2 more weeks. I'm like, it's just kind of weird. I think people play at 2 varied paces for any strict rule set for everyone. Yeah, like I don't think there's gonna be any way I can please everybody, right? So really, it's about if I can please myself. Please myself. That's a weird way to phrase that. But like it's got to be, since I'm hosting it, it's got to be what I can manage, right? But like even I felt like it wasn't the right pace. So whatever we did this time was I think it was close, but I don't think it was correct. I think week 1, I mean, other than it being like immediate, right? Because remember we decided like, okay, we're gonna not do it immediately. It's gonna be whatever the next week is, because we only had like 2 days, right? Like that was insane. I think week 1 was perfect as Brock and Misty. Like that just like Pokemon lore wise, that just feels correct, right? Week 2 could have been 3 badges, I think. I think week 2 could have been 3 badges. But then you'd have to do like 4 badges to like finish it up in 3 weeks. Which is way too much, because that's when the game got open world, right? That's way too much. Oh man, it's just like I don't think there's any one answer. I was always ahead, so I got kind of bored waiting for the meetings. Yeah. I don't blame you. Um, we could do it where it's like. I'm gonna turn this off. I don't think I need this. Ooh, I got pale all of a sudden. um, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. It's tough. T-Beaks, hello. Kyle Bossman. Oh, is it late? I guess it would be late. Hi, everybody. We are doing a... First of all, hi. I'll let you... I don't know if you guys are like in ads or whatever. We are doing a FireRed and LeafGreen book club, and this is the last week. Every week so far, we've been doing like 2 badges at a time. And then... this is the final week after the Elite Four, so if you're worried about FireRed and LeafGreen spoilers, there's gonna be a lot of them this stream. I completely forgot about time zones here. I did not realize it was so late, but I assume since you're finishing stream right now, it is very late. Heroes Keep, thanks for the sub. Welcome. What were you guys playing? I woke up and immediately got ready for this, so I missed stream completely. I know a lot of you guys are probably going to be stuck in like, well, you know what? Here, let's just take it off. I trust all you guys. Hold on. We can just take off follower only chat. Boop, boop, boop. How do I turn this off? Turn it off. Bam. All right, you guys are free. Welcome, Raiders. Super Mario Galaxy 2? Oh, cool. Cool. I haven't played Super Mario Galaxy 2 ever. I own it. I think I own it like twice. Hello, Shabello. Wow, this is so weird. I feel weird talking to you guys like with my voice. He also did Platform 8. Cool. Kyle releases 2026 concept album demo tracks. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch the VOD. T-Biggs, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Also, as you can see, subs get a little Digimon next to them. This is just something I'm proud of. This is not a sell. I mean, it kind of is, but it's not meant to be a sell. I'm proud of this. If you sub, you get a Digi-Egg, and as you like sub longer, it Digivolves. I think I'll probably get rid of it eventually. Like maybe do something original, but for now, I like seeing when people in chat Digivolve. I'm like, oh, cool, you're this now, right? I like to pretend like it could be any Digimon. I'm like, wow, I'm shocked, but it's very clearly going to be the same Digimon every time. I mean, like, eventually you run out of Agumon, so you got to do something else. I don't think I've done anything else. I think the last one is Agumon Friendship Mode. What is it called? Agumon Bond of Friendship. Is that right? That sounds right. I'm Digi-growing. Bond of Friendship. Yeah. Bond of Courage. That's what I meant to say. Is it not? Is it Friendship or Courage? Is Garurumon Courage. Gotcha. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. I'm a fake Digimon fan. I'm sorry. That's a good movie, by the way. Friendship is Gabumon. Gotcha. I was just testing you guys, obviously. I was just testing you guys. Anyways, so we are going to jump into this. This is kind of... we kind of just... I don't know how to do a book club, but we make it work, right? So we are just going to look at screenshots. Sorry to rate and lead, but it's 5:30 a.m. here. Totally understandable. We're going to look through screenshots. I take like insane amount of screenshots, and I'll show you. This is where we're at. Don't look at my Pokemon Champion screenshots. If you look through, it is just like every single bit of dialogue that I thought was important, right? So there is nothing I missed. And if I missed it, I go back and get a screenshot of it. You know what I mean? There's nothing I missed. There's all the Pokemon Champions. I mean, I do it for Pokemon Champions as well. But yeah, we are prepared, right? Here's my Golduck eating a rare candy. You know what I mean? Like, we're prepared to talk about this. Good night. Hello, Shabella. So, where we left off is... Oh, you know what? If I'm going to do a bit of a sell, just to, like, so you guys don't have to wait for cool things to happen, right? What is something we've discovered? Oh, I know one. I know one that's great. Okay, so in the game Pokemon Masters. Okay, Pokemon Masters is it is not canon in the sense that like anything that happens in Pokemon Masters affects anything that happens in the main games. But what it is it's like reflective of canon. The games, the mainline games, are canon to Pokemon Masters. Okay, as in like in Pokemon Masters, if they're like, oh, I grew up in Pallet Town, like you can expect that to be canon, to be true, right? They're not making it up in Pokemon Masters. They're like, you know, they keep the backstories of the characters. So, you know, if a character, like the characters from Sun and Moon, don't have a lot of backstory, they literally will take like aspects of the game and make that part of the backstory. So like nothing they say is untrue. So the characters in Sun and Moon have like that blank stare. That has become part of their, you know, Flanderization, right? So like that is part of their history now, that they have blank stares. And so Green, in our game Green, it's Trainer Blue, your rival. He will constantly in the game say bonjour, right? And so through this book club, we have, I don't know how far back this is. We gotta go all the way to the SSN. We have discovered, how far back is this? Oh, this is Giovanni. Yeah, Celine just stares at you. What's up, Candace Lupus? Man, it's so weird to see chat in my chat. I'm not used to it. It's like, oh, did I leave Kyle's stream up on the other screen? Oh, here we go. So here's a little bit of a discovery. Okay. I actually did not, this is one of the few things I did not actually get a screenshot of, because I did not realize it was going to be relevant. You know, lesson learned here. But the chefs in the SSN are French. The one that speaks French in a French accent, you can't actually, I didn't take a screenshot of, which is kind of a bummer, but it's all of the staff. So if you go over to this guy, he says, bonjour, I'm the waiter on the ship. Everybody, the entire staff of the SSN is French. Okay. Why that matters is because Green, or Blue, your rival, got here before you did. And he does a callback to all of the staff on the ship. So there was a party that happened on the SSN. These are all things that like I didn't like quite put together as a kid, right? There was a party on the SSN that you didn't get invited to, but I guess Green, or again, Blue, your rival, got invited to, and he just wrapped up when you got there. So you got there late, okay? As a callback to the staff on the ship, because he must have had, you know, an impactful time at least, he says bonjour. This now becomes his catchphrase in future games, because I don't have a screenshot of this, but in Pokemon X and Y, you can talk to an NPC, and they said that after this, Green in my game, Blue in everyone else's game, he travels to Kalos to like study French or whatever. And he says, oh, he knew how to say, he didn't know how to speak French, but he knew how to say bonjour, which I thought was very funny. So this experience on the SSN has now become a part of your rival's characterization from now on, both in future mainline games, both in Pokemon Masters. It's like his personality, right? He's a weeb for France, which I think is very funny. So wholesome. You always seem like a good one, Taco. Taco, just saying thanks. I appreciate that. I mean, don't put me on a pedestal. I don't, I did not sort my trash. See, in Japan, you have to sort your trash. I did not sort my trash. So there is bags of unsorted trash, like two plastic bags of unsorted trash hidden away in my kitchen right now. So, don't put me on a pedestal. I got trash in my kitchen, you know what I mean? So, anyway, so that's the sell of the book club, right? We are just basically going through and like taking the game seriously, trying to learn what they're teaching us, because they seem to care about it, right? He went to France once and made it his entire personality. Absolutely. He learned about France once and made his entire personality. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, Bonjour is his thing now, and I didn't like. You kind of just thought like that was like a funny thing he did, but yeah, there's like a whole origin story for it if you paid attention. Um, and like that is not the only thing we've found. We found a ton of stuff. So we're gonna go skip back to where we actually are now. Holy crud! Maybe if I go back and come back in, it'll be better. Yes, 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 yes. So we just. So the way the book club worked is we would have a designated time to save and end, right? Everyone would stop at the same spot, and then we wouldn't continue on. On the very last week, the only goal was to catch Mewtwo, because I actually didn't remember the pacing of the Sevi Islands, right? So the only goal was to catch Mewtwo, and anything else you did was extra. So we may not cover literally everything. I didn't beat the 7th island, so we may not cover everything, but we will cover up till Mewtwo, which does include some of the island. So, this is where we're at. So we're at the recap. I saved just at the end. The dialogue is interesting because you have like Elite Four. So in FireRed and LeafGreen, there's like a flashback sequence, like a last time on, or I guess previously on, right? They have like some scenarios they have specific dialogue for. So beating the Elite Four, each time you beat a trainer, would be like, oh, tenaciously, right? Which I thought was neat. Handily, right? But then when you beat the champion, it says Taco had a marvelous battle with the champion Green, which I just think is neat, right? Just a cool little detail. They had specific dialogue for it. I beat him with my Golduck. I'm like, well, I could have beaten him with a cooler Pokemon. And a result of battling with every bit of power, somehow won the match. So I'm back in Pallet Town, and this is what's different about FireRed and LeafGreen. Immediately, Oak comes up to you, like in a cutscene. So like, in old games, there aren't always like quote unquote cutscenes where like the control is taken away from you, right? Oak comes to get you. He checks on your Pokedex. He has something he wants to ask, and he says, follow me, right? So, this is interesting to me. Implying Golduck isn't a cool Pokemon. Well, it's like not like, Golduck is, I like my Golduck. But like, I'm always like thinking of like the storyline in my brain, right? Like, oh man, what would be the Pokemon that would be cool to have like the final hit with, you know what I mean? So anyways, this is what's interesting about FireRed and LeafGreen. It is basically Pokemon 1.5, right? It's Lion King 1.5, right? It's another example I can't think of, right? It's, and like, I guess in my mind, I've kind of always known that, but I haven't played this since it released. So the last time I played this, I was 11? And I remember a ton of it. It's not like I don't remember a ton of it. Pokemon's like my personality, right? I remember a ton of it, but I guess I didn't like, there are some aspects of it that like didn't, I didn't put 1 and 1 together, 2 and 2 together, And so what's interesting is they explain, in this one sentence, explain why there are no Gen 2, or like more like they're explaining an event of like why in Gen 1, or I guess in Kanto, there is no Gen 2 Pokemon, but then by Gen 2, there is Gen 2 Pokemon. Right? Does that make sense? When Gen 1 was made, like in the context of real life, as in like, human beings and making a video game, there was no Gen 2 because there was no Gen 2. Right? Like that's just like on a meta level, that's how that works. Right? They didn't plan, like there weren't regions, right? I don't even think they say Kanto in Gen 1, in the original Gen 1. I don't think Kanto is ever mentioned. Or if it is, it's like not mentioned until like supplementary material, right? And it's a real life place. Kanto exists. I'm here right now. I'm living in Kanto. Hi, this is Kanto. Kanto is a real place in Japan. And so they weren't thinking of like regions, and it wasn't super fictional yet, right? They weren't thinking of like doing sections of places. It was just like, I think Gen 2, oh no, I don't even think, I know this to be true. Gen 2 was originally just all of Japan, right? It wasn't Johto, it was all of Japan. So like this sort of mindset of like, there being a region and then a region next door with a bunch of Pokemon, it just wasn't the case, right? So they've gonna have to go back and like retrofit their plans that they didn't have to fit future interpretations of what Pokemon is, future, I guess interpretations of what Pokemon is, right? Now Pokemon, each Pokemon game's a new region. So now they have to like kind of retrofit their original ideas back to how it works now. So the way they did that is to have Oak be like, holy moly, Gen 2 Pokemon are showing up all of a sudden, right? I'm talking about Pokemon that have never been seen in Kanto. And so he's like, oh, I want to go see it for myself, but I'm too old. And he sends you away, right? And so immediately after this, I'm going to skip some of this. We'll come back to it. Immediately after this, you can go back to a place you've already been, which is one island. And you will suddenly see... Oh, I must have passed it. I must have taken a screenshot earlier. You will suddenly see Gen 2 Pokemon. So it wasn't that, oh, you have to get to like further islands, because I think originally you only get up to like island 3 or 4, right? It's not that you can only go up to certain islands and the rest of them are Johto islands. It's that suddenly Johto Pokemon are like migrating to Kanto. Now, like that doesn't like, why that is, I don't think the game hasn't explained yet, or if it ever will, right? It's, again, I think it's just like a band-aid over a problem, right? But they're basically like, that's the in-universe justification, is that like, oh, they suddenly started migrating here that we've never seen before, right? Sorry, I missed a lot of chat. I'll catch up on chat right now. I've named my rival Taco, and I like to imagine him saying I'm the most powerful. Oh God, no! I don't want to be in. Don't use the I word around me. I think they mentioned they don't know how many Pokemon there are. Yeah. Like they're so there was a Did You Know Gaming video like a week ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago, where they had found an interview about FireRed and LeafGreen, and they basically were like, "Oh, we are not going to alter the original story of Gen 1." So there's a lot of like kind of like clashing ideas in this game. Again, talking about the SSN again. The SSN, all of the people on board, I guess including the staff, are all international. And so they constantly talk about how their Pokemon are like international Pokemon. And they've got like Growlithe and like Ponyta and stuff like that. In the world building of modern Pokemon, those are all just Kanto Pokemon. I mean, like, yeah, you can find some in other places, right? But those are Pokemon from Kanto. But in Gen 1, those aren't Pokemon from Kanto. I think maybe Growlithe is found in France. Like, it originates from France or something. Because, again, when it was Gen 1, these are all of the Pokemon total around the world. There's like 150 Pokemon around the world, and there was animals for the rest of them, right? Pokemon were the exception to the rule, not the norm, right? So in the original world building, when they're talking about the SSN having international Pokemon, they're being truthful. They're like, oh, these are Pokemon not from here, or not originating from here, right? And like that was kind of the gimmick of the SSN. That's why, again, they're like speaking French, and then Green's like bonjour at the end, right? Where was I going with this? The Safari Zone is a big example of that. Those are all supposed to be wild form Pokemon. Yeah, or not all of them, but a lot of them are. Yes, absolutely. We talked about that like 2 weeks ago. Yes, exactly. You get it. Like they're like, oh, there are Pokemon that you can find in the Safari Zone that you can't find in the Kanto region, right? Basically, is what they were saying. Why was I bringing this up? Sorry, I'm getting excited. The more I have trouble talking, the more excited I am to talk about stuff, right? No idea what I was talking about. I have a theory that the reason so many Johto Pokemon are rare in Johto is because Pokemon is dedicated to context. They wanted to avoid, why don't we see these Pokemon before nitpicks? In Gen 3, they decided the franchise abandoned that. I think it's a little bit of that. It's more of just like the mindset wasn't the same. I don't think they are. So they are. The thing I'm agreeing with is they are dedicated to context. There's a lot of contextual mechanics in this game. I remember what I was talking about. So the Did You Know Gaming videos, like, we're not going to touch any of the Gen 1 stuff. They're like, anything you're going to change, it can be added on, but you can't take away anything from the original game. This was originally supposed to be like a port, more like a port in the sense that like I think the wording they're using is what we would call nowadays a remaster, right? Um, Not even that. A faithful remake. This was supposed to be a faithful remake originally. Um, the terminology they use in the interview is stuff we don't use anymore, so it's kind of hard to like kind of one-to-one translate what they're saying. Ports in a way are remakes, um, because you have to like rebuild a game back up for a different system, right? Like that's what a port is. So like in a sense, ports are remakes. But it's essentially like the difference. This is not correct, but the difference is like, oh, they were just trying to be like update the game but keep it faithful. But at some point, the conversation became, oh, we want to make this like a remake, right? Their version of a remake, which is more like, oh, this is all new, or this has the feeling of something new, feeling of like something you can return to, and there's new aspects to it, right? So unfaithful. So faithful versus unfaithful maybe is a better way to put that. So like that's kind of why this game has a little bit of like, oh, it's very Gen 1, but it's also kind of very Gen 3, aside from the fact that it came out during Gen 3. It's kind of got a push and pull. Like you'll go through the game and it'll feel very red and blue, but then occasionally you have like a double battle, right? Or occasionally a trainer class that only shows up one time will be there that you aren't expecting, right? So like that's mainly what's happening through Gen 1. Or through the normal playthrough, but then you get to Sevia Islands and suddenly it like opens up to being this like pseudo Gen 3 game. Quantuan, hello, Play It For Gaming. The anime show Gen 2 Pokemon before Gen 2. I remember as a kid playing the original Red and blew my mind. Oh yeah, good stuff. I mean the movie. I think Mr. Mime is French because he's a mime. You might be onto something. Maybe. By the way, everyone's allowed to contribute. We're at the end of the game. So at this point, if you've played the game, you're absolutely welcome to contribute anything. There's the only thing that I would ask not to be spoiled, because I want to go play it in a second, is the seventh island. Basically anything after Mewtwo. But yeah, you can talk about the game freely now. So that's how they justify it. They're like, oh, these Pokemon suddenly are migrating to Gen 1. So that's why in Gen 2, I should say Johto because it's not Gen 2. That's why, again, this is a Band-Aid, so this probably was not the case originally. But that's quote-unquote why in Johto you suddenly have Johto Gen 2 Pokemon in Kanto. Right? It's not that they were always there, which is the interpretation I always thought. It was just like, oh, I think that is actually the true interpretation. Pichu was always there. Right, Pichu is a Kanto Pokemon. And if you live in the Pokemon world, Pichu is a Kanto Pokemon because Pikachu is a Kanto Pokemon. Therefore, if you're having babies, you know what I mean? Like a Pichu's gonna be there, right? So like, if you live in the Pokemon world, Pichu is a Kanto Pokemon. But in the video game sense, Pichu is a Johto Pokemon. The way they're solving that is to be like, oh, the Pokemon migrated back to Kanto. Later on, there's some Gen 2 Pokemon that show up in places that weren't originally there, right? Can't wait for the book club for the 40th anniversary. I think we got to do Gen 2 next. I want some time to pass. But yeah, I want to do Johto next. I contribute, but I started Let's Go Pikachu instead. I mean, that's fine. I got the memo late. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Spent most of my playtime this week 100% in the Fame Checker. I got to do the Fame Checker. I haven't done the Fame Checker. I'm gonna play through the game, like get all the, go through all the islands. But if I'm like stuck, I don't mind just looking up where the rest of them are. I did my best, right? But yeah, I want some time to pass, but then I want to do Gen 2. I think that'd be so fun because we've learned so much. Anyway, so Green, blue to you guys. Green shows up. And he literally, again, this is new dialogue. So they didn't have new dialogue before. All of the dialogue is directly from Red and Green. So this is new dialogue. And they spend the first dialogue being self-aware, which I thought was interesting. And he's like, Grimes, what's with favoring Taco over me all the time? It's literally like a thing, people joked about for years. They're like, oh, Professor Oak doesn't remember his grandson's name. He comes at the end of the Elite Four, he comes over and he's like, I'm disappointed in you. You know what I mean? After he just like became the champion, right? And so, yeah, the first bit of new dialogue in this game is being self-aware of like it's a bit heavy-handed, right? Um, and so he kind of just hand waves it. He's just like, I know. Of course, I need your help too. So it's you know, it's. I guess that works, right? It kind of gives it more of a playful vibe, I guess. You know, like a not serious vibe. Kind of retroactively changes how you think about how he's interacting. Not gonna lie, most of my free time these days have been spent in Pokopia. I don't blame you. I haven't played any Pokopia. I was shocked by some of the stuff they blatantly name dropped and referenced in them. I'm excited. We'll do like a follow up. Like it'll just not be, you know, it'll not be a requirement by everyone else who's participating in the book club. I'll just beat the rest of this game and then we'll talk about it more, right? You beat Pokopia last week. Must be nice. I haven't played it at all. I'm so jealous. All the Pikachu are away on Pikachu's vacation. Yeah, I agree. So he updates your Pokedex. We get the National Dex, which I think is just so fun. I remember this as a kid being like, the National Dex. Whoa. It's so big, you know? Like, oh my gosh. Professor Oak's getting excited. He tells you where to go next. I think that's it. Oh, these guys update their dialogue. Professor Oak is gonna have his own radio show soon, so they're already making connections to Gen 2, which I just think is so cool. So yeah, we've now entered like Pokemon 1.5, which I just think is so cool. I never thought of. I always thought of it as like extra content, right? But I never thought of it as like Pokemon 1.5, Lion King 1.5, right? Does the National Dex further imply the existence of nations, or is it a translation thing? I don't know. I assume so, because I'm sure they're like international. There's the international police. So yeah. I would assume there's nations. Interpol has been here since the beginning. We met one of them on SSN. I've worked with Game Freak and TBC a few times, and the thing they always really like is to prioritize that Pokemon are mysterious creatures, so they can retcon information with the in-game logic that, we discovered new information about these mysterious creatures. For example, maybe they didn't know, even though Pichus were in Kanto for Gen 2 for some reason. Game Freak can justify the Pikachus kept their babies hidden for safety if they wanted to, or something like that. I mean, yes. Yeah. I mean, like, I haven't... Well... I've hung out with Pokemon people, right? So, like, the biggest takeaway is that they phrase everything as if Pokemon is real. Right? Like, for instance, the casters. They aren't allowed to say certain things. So, like, for instance, we all say starter Pokemon, right? All of us say starter Pokemon. I still say starter Pokemon. I know it's incorrect, and I know why it's or I assume why it's incorrect, I should say. But I still say starter Pokemon, right? But they aren't allowed. If you're a Pokemon person, you're not allowed to say starter Pokemon because you have to talk in a way where like Pokemon are treated as real, kind of. Like, you don't have to pretend like, there's a Pikachu next to me. Oh, it's talking to me. You don't have to do that, right? But like, you have to treat Pokemon like they're real. So what they say is first partner Pokemon. And they don't explain why it's first partner Pokemon, but if you play the games and pay attention, you're like, okay, why are they calling first partner Pokemon? In my opinion, in my analysis of it, it's that you aren't the only one in the Pokemon world, right? There's two aspects to it, and one of them we've learned by replaying this game. Each game has a different justification for giving you one of the starter Pokemon. And so there is no, like, official starter Pokemon in the universe of Pokemon. The Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander in this game are not Pokemon League Pokemon. They're not, like, a starter pack of Pokemon, right? So they're quite literally not starter Pokemon. In this game, it's Professor Oak's last 3 Pokemon. He's like, I'm too old, and so he's been, like, whether they've died or he's given them away or traded them away or whatever, he's like, these are my last 3 Pokemon. So they're actually Professor Oak's Pokemon, which is kind of weird. It's like, he must have just caught them because they're all babies, right? But like that's such a distinct difference than the anime. I think the anime is kind of like what threw everyone off, right? It's such a distinct difference from the anime because the anime is like, oh, here's your what does he call them? He's like your league sanctioned whatever, your league sanctioned Pokeballs or whatever. He like gives him a starter pack when he starts, right? In this game, it's more of like, oh, it's a personal favor that you're doing for Professor Oak. He's like, here are your Pokemon. So there is no starter Pokemon in the sense of like a starter pack, right? In Gen 3, he had Pokemon in his briefcase, right? You bump into him and he's like, my Pokemon in my briefcase. Grab one and save me. You know what I mean? So like that's not like a league sanctioned thing either. It's just the Pokemon he had in his briefcase that he was like studying or whatever, right? So each game has a different justification for giving you starter Pokemon. But they're not like this league sanctioned thing, which the league does sanction things. The league is like a real thing that we've learned. It's like a whole business, right? You see the league's hands in a bunch of different things in this game, which I think is super neat. Even okay, so like this is the new Uniqlo shirt, right? I almost bought one specifically for this talking point. There's one with Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle on it, and it literally underneath says, so it's a new shirt that just came out, so it means they're still, keeping true to this fact. It says, these are my last Pokemon, and it's like, I give them to you, or something like that, or choose one, or something like that. They're like, the lore, they didn't like, bend the knee to the Pokemon anime and change the lore to the Pokemon anime. They've kept it consistent up until like literally last week, right? That it's his last Pokemon. And so keeping that in mind, you talk about like Hop. Hop's first partner Pokemon is not the Pokemon he gets from Leon, because Leon, his brother, right, will give, that's the justification in that game, is that he's like, oh, here's you and your friend. Here's Pokemon I brought from somewhere else or whatever. I don't remember. Whatever, it doesn't matter. He grabs one of them. I think the Pokemon weak to you, right? He grabs one of them, but that's not his first partner Pokemon. His first partner Pokemon's Wooloo. Right? And so I think that's the difference, is that like calling them starter Pokemon is like very like video game logic first rather than world building logic first. Does that make sense? So Pokemon operates, this is a very long way, I'm all the way back around now. Pokemon operates from like world building logic first rather than like this is a video game logic first. Does that make sense? Because yes, to you, we all know it's those three Pokemon, but to everybody in the Pokemon world, those three Pokemon are not that special. I mean, like sometimes the justification is like, oh wait, I brought these from like I think in Arceus, it's like I brought these from other regions, so like in that sense they're special, but like they're not special in like a starter pack kind of way, right? Okay, I'm catching up on chat again. Are Pikachu even considered first partner Pokemon by Pokemon because of Yellow and Let's Go games? Yes. I think they're in, like, there's always like, on a meta sense, like, if we're talking about like, marketing, I do believe they get lumped in. Starter Pokemon could be any Pokemon, and not everyone goes on the journey where they get starter and work through the Pokemon League. Yeah, and also younger people. People don't think it's like, because again, anime logic or anime world building, you don't get it till you turn 10. But like that's not part of the games. So you constantly are like thinking like, why do kids have these Pokemon or whatever? It's because like in the world of the games, there is no like age limit. You can just have a Pokemon. Whether or not you're part of the league is a different story. But like, yeah, I think you can be a part of the league at any point. That's also why you get prize money. There's so much. I wish go back in time. Go watch all the other meetings. This stuff is super interesting. Like, it's really, this game, Gen 1 in particular, and I'm sure Gen 2 as well, Gen 1 in particular is, like, really thought out. I mean, like, they worked on it for, like, 6 years, and there were signs of them, like, thinking about it before that, right? It's not necessarily the norm for everyone, even though it was for all of us when we played the game, since the only way we could play the game. Exactly. Not entirely sure, but I think the dub of the anime used the term starter Pokemon. They did in like the third season or third series. In the anime canon, the first partner Pokemon are actually privately bred and distributed with the Pokemon League by their partners. Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, it's kind of the idea you get, anyways. Technically, any Pokemon can be a first partner Pokemon as long as they are your first partner Pokemon. Exactly. I mean, like, even you can see that logic in the manga. Red's first partner Pokemon is not any of the quote unquote starter Pokemon. It's I forget which one he starts with. It's Poliwhirl. I don't know if he starts with a Poliwhirl or not, but it's Poliwhirl, right? And so like he doesn't have a starter Pokemon because he already has a Pokemon that he uses. 11 Gen 1 and 2 random trainers will have starters. Yeah, and it also kind of just implies they're like, oh yeah, they're a little bit rare, but they're Kanto Pokemon like any other Pokemon. The manga really goes into this Red and Poliwhirl. Oh, yes. Sorry, I should have read just a little bit further. Pokemon had people had Pokemon friends. They didn't have to put them into Pokeballs. I can find official artwork of the first partner Pokemon and Pikachu and Eevee. Bulbapedia says a Lonely Meowth and Poipole might count, but I'm guessing since those are not first partner Pokemon for players, they don't appear in first partner Pokemon branded merch imagery. Yes, correct. So there's like the marketing first partner Pokemon, and then there's the in-universe first partner Pokemon, which is any Pokemon, right? Why are we talking about this? Whenever I get too excited, I'm like, where did we start? I don't remember. Tanuki Suit said they prioritize calling Pokemon mysterious creatures. Yes. A lot of the world building, and like it'll throw people off. And the people get like angry about it, right? They're like, that's not what I call it. They don't realize like this like mindset of treating it like it's real is like part of the special sauce of Pokemon, in my opinion, right? Like, yeah, it's frustrating at times and like feels a little bit obtuse at times, but like without that attention to detail, I feel like you wouldn't care about things as much as you care about things. And to begin with, you wouldn't care enough to be upset if they didn't care enough to do that kind of thing, right? And so, yeah, I think that's just why they prioritize keeping that illusion up, right, for so long. Also, yes, it really just kind of, saves their butt when they have contradictions in future gens of like stuff they didn't think about, right? That's also why what I loved about the manga. It treats the existence of Pokemon very literally and realistically. Heck yeah. Me, when I fight through Victory Road and come across some schmuck with what is essentially the final boss of the game. Is that not Mewtwo? Or did they have a Giovanni? Anyways, we have a lot. We haven't talked about any of this game yet. So we've essentially entered into Pokemon 1.5, which I think is super cool. I bet you become good friends with your Pokemon. By the way, did you know about Daisy? If you show Daisy your Pokemon, she can tell you how much she likes you. Occasionally, she'll even groom a Pokemon for you. We find out later why that is, which I think is neat. This is a secret, so please don't tell anyone. And I think this is one of those things where they're like, okay, we're done with Pokemon 1. We're now in Pokemon 1.5, and so like they're kind of fleshing out characters, Charizard, Blastoise, etc. Oh yes. I see what you mean. I found out I had a Pokédoll on my PC. Also, I never like realized it, but like this is neat. This is a little computer screen. We're looking at his like Windows desktop right now. You can see the window, the withdraw an item. Just neat. Little Pokemon computer. It'd be fun to like make like I change my laptop wallpaper to this. I can make this. You know what I mean? I know how to make this. Tanuki Suit. That's also why we don't ever want to fully explain contradictions to lore. Like how does Cubone's skull mask work? If it's their mother's skull, does that? Yes. I know exactly where this is going. They don't ever define that in Leave. I have a very tiny computer, so I'm actually like it's hard to see. Leave It Up 2 is, first of all, it was something they didn't think too deeply about in 1995, but they also like it that it creates a mystery where you think how that might be possible. That's part of the fun. I agree. It's also why they always have an unexplained ghost girl in every game. People talk about the X and Y one as if it's like some anomaly, but no, there's a ghost girl in every single Pokemon game, and it's purposely never explained. That's it. The point of it is to not be explained, right? Uh, a lot of Pokemon comes from they were Game Freak used to be like a little zine creator, like a magazine zine. So like like it's a little tiny pamphlet that they like stapled together, right? Um, they used to be zine creators, and a big aspect of that was like video game rumors. So they'd be like at the arcade and be like, oh, in Xevious or whatever game they were playing, they'd be like, oh, if you do this and this and this and this, a secret boss ship will show up. You know what I mean? Like they come from that, and so then it is no surprise that Pokemon having so much of that and like them not saying one way or another, it's no surprise it's like a part of the DNA of Pokemon, right? Um, the Pokédoll was because he put it there in Copycat's original dialogue. Oh, really? So did I never give it to her? Oh, because she like teaches you something, and I must not have wanted to get taught it. I was like, why is there a Pokédoll in here? I figured I put it in there, but I forgot why. Yes, it's crazy. How did I not realize these PCs are supposed to be the real personal computing devices like we had in the real world? Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, that's fine. I feel like a lot of just replaying the game is like making obvious connections. With some Pokemon gadgets were real chunky devices like the Gadget-Punk 5 you described. Now it's all Rotom touchscreens. Yes, I do like that they took a step back on that for Champions. It's like a little headpiece. You already had the Pokédoll when you first talked to her. That's right. I do remember that. Hey, so you talked to Daisy. Daisy's been like fleshed out in this game, which I think is super neat. You have some tea with her. She grooms your Pokemon. A little character building moment, and you learn about this later. Such a cute Pokemon. She was like nobody in the first game. She's just your rival's sister. But they like kind of retroactively make her connect to like future games. And they check your happiness. Oh, and then she comments, she like actually like fleshes out Green a little bit. So you learn, I mean, it's obvious, this is clear in the first game. But you basically learn through everyone else that he's like having trouble connecting to his Pokemon, and like that's why you win. So he's like better than everybody else, but you are better than him because you like connect to your Pokemon. We finished the fame checker with Professor Oak. He didn't really say anything. He says, why do Pokemon compete in battles so hard for you? They do so because they can see the love and trust you have towards Pokemon. So basically, yeah, what I just said. That's what differentiates you from Green, right? Never forget that. I was hoping he would say something different. This was just funny dialogue. She's like, I came to Mount Moon in search of mushroom Pokemon. And then, she had like Paris and Parasect and stuff. She's like, there might not be any more mushrooms here. I think I got them all. Just fun. Ooh, we learn about this character. I think we can maybe talk about this now. So there's a guy here, and this guy's in the first game. He's like, this is Cerulean Cave. Horribly strong Pokemon live inside. It takes a very special trainer to be allowed inside there. You have to be strong enough to become the Pokemon League champion for starters. And you would have to have made a great achievement. So that's actually a bonus thing that wasn't in the original game. But don't look, chat. Nope, don't look. Don't look. Oh, I can check them without opening them. Hold on. Don't look, chat. There we go. All right. So, if you join my Patreon, you can submit images. Just because, like, you can't submit images. Well, you kind of can if you, like, host them. But I wanted my Patreons to have something extra to do. So they're able to submit images. Let me open up the tab. This is from Daniel, who's usually in chat. In the town map, you can open them up and actually read descriptions of important places. And they have little tiny lore dumps in them. Here is one of them. The Cerulean Cave, a mysterious cave that is filled with terribly tough Pokemon. It is so dangerous, the Pokemon League is in charge of it. So talking about how the Pokemon League, first of all, is like a business, right? But they have their fingers in a bunch of different sections of the world that you like learn about as you play. And Again, that guy was that guy was there in the original game. He didn't quite say the same things. But yeah, that's like what's blocking you is they're like, oh man, unless you're a Pokemon League champion, you're not allowed in here. And so they're like protecting people, I guess, in a way. How a certain Pokemon got past them, I don't know. Like without them knowing, right? Okay, let's go back to this. And so like this is a Pokemon. I mean, it makes sense. He's like an ace trainer, right? But this is a Pokemon League employee or underling or whatever you want to say. Unrelated, but it's always bugged me that they called the town map when it documents the entire region. Maybe you could like, I mean, it always made sense to me, but maybe it's just a case of like I've always known it, right? But like maybe it's like it's a map showing you how to get to towns. You know, like maybe that's what it kind of means. I think the different PC systems are supposed to be networks. Yes, you got to remember this is like 90s. And so like there was a post, I think it's in my bookmarks. Someone related it to like real life instance of when you would connect networks back then. And it's like a specific thing that happened in real life. I mean, like, yes, I know that computers connected between networks. I'm not saying that's like a surprising detail, but like it was like a specific system that they were using that like someone tracked down. They're like, oh, this is the PC they were using and everything. And I don't remember if it was, yeah, I think they were like highly specifically, oh, they're using this PC and this is the network they're connecting. This is a reference to this real life thing that was taking place. Anyways, yeah. That's what that is, right? So it's like pre-internet in a way. The league is basically a proto-state like Disney World. Yeah, kind of. Map of towns, map of town. Yeah, map of a town. Yeah, it's a map of towns, right? I'm studying networking for schools. It reminds me of LANs or W LANs or something like that. I'd love to see that post. Maybe I can find it. It must have been recent. Watch Kyle Bossman to save your 5-stream streak. Okay. It's been like notifying me of that stuff now. Like guilty me. I'm like, listen, I was asleep. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna go into my bookmarks. This is gonna be a boring part of stream. I apologize. I'm being a bad streamer, but you know, this is for the book club, and I might not find it, so don't get your hopes up. I mean, it's only gonna be in one of two places. It's either gonna be on Twitter or Blue Sky, so I can't imagine it's too far deep. The problem would be if I forgot to bookmark it or not. Sometimes I think I have, and then I just didn't. One Piece mug I wanted to buy, which I didn't buy. Oh, by the way, everyone here, this is the finale of the Pokemon FireRed and LeafGreen book club. But this is not the finale of the whole thing. We are going to watch Pokemon Origins next week on my Patreon, and then dissect that. So every single week we have meetings. So what we're doing right now, we do every single week on my Patreon. We have meetings and like are researching like things that are not video games for video games. So for instance, if we were researching Halo, right, we would watch Aliens. Do you see what I'm saying? And be like, okay, let's take notes on Aliens and like really pay attention to Aliens and be like, okay, this is how this connects. This is what inspired this. This is what inspired this, right? There's a book by Hideo Kojima called The Creative Gene, and it's like basically a list of things that inspired him. So we would like kind of reverse engineer that and go read all the stuff that inspired him or watch all the stuff that inspired him. And it like you start realizing like, I mean, like this is just literary analysis, right? You just start realizing like games and movies and books will use like references to things as like shorthand, as like almost like a quicker way to info dump, right? If you understand the source material they're referring to, you then better understand the game itself, right? Because you're like, oh, this is what they're using it as shorthand, right? those people who like are in the inside get what this actually means, right? Are the Discord meetings going to be this late? It's going to be 11. So that 11 was 3 hours ago. So they're going to be 3 hours before. I get that there's like the time difference. Not the time difference. The what happened? Daylight savings. We don't have daylight savings here. We don't have daylight savings here. So everything got pushed back. Who's 11? My 11. Yeah. I haven't quite figured out like the perfect time, because we stay up late streaming the night before. So waking up before, because I end up waking up at 9:30 or 11 or 9:30 or 10, right? So regular time then. Yeah. Oh, you're right. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to hold on. Sorry, too many things all at once. I'm trying to find this network thing. Some Ava stuff I was saving. That's what we're currently studying, by the way. After Pokemon Origins, we're going back to... There's a game we're studying things for, and we're going through Ava to study it. It's a very popular game, but I don't want to spoil it. And so we will immediately go back to that as soon as we're done with Pokemon Origins. Unless another game comes up that we need to like detour for. I don't know where this is. I am back in February, so I feel like it's not here. Oh, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit of February I'll check out. Okay, I'm now in December, I think. So, hold on. I don't think it's on Twitter. Oh, no. I'm still in February. I just must have bookmarked an older tweet. More Ava stuff. Kirby. Oh, man. Kirby Air Riders is so good. Oh, some Pokemon stuff. Okay, I think there's still a chance we're going to look at some Pokemon stuff. So I'm going to go a little bit further, just to make sure. If you don't know what I'm doing right now, we're looking for a post about what the PCs are referring to in Gen 1, because this is just a repeat of Gen 1. So we're thinking 1996. The way the PCs worked, which is like connecting them, seems to be a reference to like a real life like computer they were using to connect to other computers as like a pseudo internet thing. I'm going to say it's not immediately accessible on Twitter, so I'm checking Blue Sky real quick. Oh, I found it. Okay. So this is by Sankey. Sanqui. The PC in every Pokemon Center allows you to connect to Bill's and Professor Oak's computer over the network, just like the workstation connected to the internet in the early days. The source code to Pokemon Red, 1996, implies we are using System V Unix. It's an HP 9000 workstation booting up HP Unix, Hewlett-Packard System V. So maybe not the same workstation, right? Here, let's is this backwards? No. So the source code implies it's this. That's so cool. I'm very tickled. Cool. Yeah. So full credit to Sankey, right? Come on, phone. Full credit to Sankey here. All right. Sankey.net on Blue Sky. Not my discovery. But yeah, so real life thing. Those sure are words. Oh, anyways, so next week we're going to be watching Pokemon Origins. So if you guys are enjoying this, please join us. And that's going to be on my Patreon. Someone just signed up, so thank you for that. I saw that. I was like, okay, finish your sentence before you get excited. I hear there's a whole Wikipedia page about Unix System V. Cool. Ooh, exciting. I wasn't planning on bringing that up during this. I was going to wait till eventually this will all turn into like a really long Gen 1 video, I'm sure. But that's like a year away, 2 years away. So anyways, this is the Pokemon League. I like how you can see the tickets. The tickets have sprites. The Aurora ticket, a ticket required to board the ship to Birth Island. It glows beautifully. And this one, it glows the Mystic Light. Interesting that they glow. I forgot about my Magikarp. He only went up 32 levels, so I decided to leave him there. Oh, this is important. I'm modifying the network machine right now. I'm changing it so we can handle trades over long distances. When I get finished, you'll be trading for exotic Pokemon from trainers from far away. So this is obviously to Gen 3. Like maybe you could argue there's like, you know, or compatibility, like, you know, Pokemon Coliseum, right? Like maybe you could argue that. I think FireRed, yeah, FireRed could connect to it. So like maybe that's more of what he's implying, because, you know, saying it's exotic for Pokemon from far away when it's like, you know, an hour away, I don't think entirely implies or entirely connects, right? That's where the ticket sprites from Poke Rogue come from. Oh, I did not know that. Well, I mean, I don't know anything. I've never heard of Poke Rogue. I assume that's a fan game. But there's a slight catch for the link to work. The machine's special gemstones. It's supposed to be on one island, but I haven't found one yet. Who knows where it could be? My granddaughter was in a tizzy over a new breakthrough. She said we now have PC linkage with people in Kanto. This is an important storyline. So this will come up a bunch of times. The Sevi Islands are cut off from everybody, internet-wise, right? Linkage-wise. That's like the through line storyline in this, which again kind of justifies why we don't hear about them the entire way we're playing through Gen 1 and Gen 2, right? Again, this is like a, you know, this is duct taped onto the story. So it's, you know, the justification came second rather than it being like, you know, a story that was always there. Oh, we came back and they finally punched through a wall. So I was wondering, they were talking about like treasure or whatever. Again, kind of hinting towards this island being cut off. As you will know, Team Rocket disbanded, right? But like, why is there Team Rocket here? Speaking of source code, if you look at the FireRed and LeafGreen source code for the Game Corner, you learn that the odds from the machines closer to the exchange counter have worse odds. The machines closer to the door have higher jackpot odds, but slightly lower EV than the road. Oh, I don't even want to know this. No, I don't want to know this. But it's cool that they're different. So you really can feel like a machine is luckier. That's so fun. That's so cool. Yeah, I love like magic behind the scenes numbers that make something feel more real. Like, oh, you can go tell your friends, right? Like, oh man, but like I had really good luck on this machine over here. And they're like, no, there's no way that's true. You know what I mean? Like that discussion. That's clearly what that's for, right? You're not supposed to, you know, dig into the code and learn it. You're supposed to like vibe it out, right? But it's a storytelling thing that I thought would be okay. Oh no, you're totally fine putting that in there. I don't want to read it. No, you're not against the rules. That was totally fine. It was a personal choice not to read it. I didn't want the magic ruined, right? And it's fine. I didn't see it, so no big deal. I didn't see the details, I should say. So any treasure we find will haul back to the warehouse. Understood? So they're talking about a warehouse, right? Again, very important that you know that this island is cut off from the rest of, like, cut off from communication, right? And you learn there's passwords, and they say it out loud like idiots. You know, that's very fun. That Snoop's been listed it in. So you only learn one of the passwords. Try to hoard in our treasure. This is probably one of my favorite lines. He's like, don't bet on it, and you battle him. And he's like, develop amnesia conveniently and forget everything you heard. You know? It reminds me of, there's like a meme on TikTok right now of a guy going around being like, computer, program this man to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Some stuff that'll get my future YouTube video demonetized if I say out loud, right? So anyways, he's like, computer, develop amnesia conveniently and forget everything you heard, you know? I think that's good. Just a really, like, it feels like modern day humor, right? You've been eavesdropping on us, haven't you? What a setback. We'll have to regroup. Don't even think about taking a step inside here. If you know what's good for you, don't even think about this. And so you go in there, and there's this. Again, we've been to one island before, but suddenly you start seeing Gen 2 Pokemon show up. They're migrating into Kanto. I think that's so cool. The only reason you'd think to come back to one island in the first place, by the way, is because if you're paying attention to what Green said. Yes. Yes. Yeah. The game is if you pay attention to this game, there is nothing they don't teach you. That's like one of the biggest takeaways from replaying this while paying attention. There's no evolution methods they don't teach you or hint at. People are like, oh, I wish the game taught you about IVs and EVs. They do. They just don't call them IVs and EVs. They're like, they talk about it in a very like in-universe way. They're like, oh, if you train your Pokemon, it'll be stronger than this Pokemon. And then like Blaine even quizzes you on it, right? They are not. It really just comes down to like people don't pay attention to the story, which I mean I get. But all of these like long-held beliefs about what Pokemon does and doesn't do, like shattered by just paying attention to the game. Now, granted, like it's all like really simplistic, 2-sentence descriptions, and like you have all of the NPCs are optional, not all of them, but a lot of them are optional. The Blaine thing is barely optional. So like you talk about how the game doesn't teach you this, but like Blaine's quiz, you either do the quiz or battle, right? It's like, yeah, I guess it's optional, but like, they expect you to be in that room, making that choice, whether you're going to read that question or not. So like, it's as unoptional as an optional aspect can be. But yeah, like you will encounter the description of IVs and EVs. It just is like almost mandatory. Almost, not quite. This is neat. So, Pokemon has always been about communication. I think they've said that forever, right? Like link cables is the core aspect of Pokemon. So the reason there's Braille in Pokemon is because it's like a form of communication. Junichi Masuda, especially, is very like I don't know the right words to say this. He's like very, very like flowery, very like touchy-feely vibes. Like that's how he goes about directing his games, right? Later directors are more like, oh, this is like super deep Pokemon lore stuff. But a lot of the games Junichi Masuda is like leading are very like symbolic. I don't know the correct words for this. You'll have to help me out here. But like that's why they added Braille to the game. It's like, oh man, connecting human beings, like in different communication methods and stuff like that, right? Which I think is super, super great. So there is some ancient civilization in the Sevi Islands, which you could kind of argue is like Kanto lore in a way. There's some ancient civilization off the coast of Kanto that's speaking in Braille, which I think is just cool. And so you read it. I have it. Conceptual, humanistic, sentimental. I mean, like, yeah, these are all right. Very 90s, early 2000s. That's worldly. Yes. Optimistic. Oh, yeah, that's also true. I mean, like, I feel like that's the part of Gen 1 in general. It's very environmentalist, right? Interesting, the first time we ever see a Johto Pokemon is in a volcano near Cinnabar Island, while the game is setting up Johto framework. Yeah, yes. I didn't do my due diligence. I should have like checked the grass in one island. I mean, maybe I still can go back and check the grass and see if like Gen 2 Pokemon just show up. I would argue all Pokemon is optimistic. Yes. He's trying to ground the world in a relatable, visceral feeling. Yeah, but that's not quite it either. They talk about, there's like interviews where like he will be like a kind of a strict director, or maybe not strict director. He very like, he's got his boss. He's like an employee, not employee, but like he's working seriously. Maybe that's a better way to put it. He's working seriously when he's like being the director. But then when he goes and like does his like music stuff, his email voice changes. He's all like flowery and like, oh, this touchy feely vibes and stuff like that, right? Like he has two different modes according to the interviews, right? And so like this sort of stuff is his like flowery, artistic, blah 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 mode, right? And then he's got like his work mode, right? Method acting, poetic, yeah, poetic maybe. That's probably a little bit. I like that. I like poetic. But yeah, Pokemon's like main core, one of like core pillars is communication. So like, you know, people are like, why is there Braille in the game? It's like, well, no, it's like this is Pokemon. It's like connecting people through, like that's why it was such a big deal when X and Y was like, oh, we're doing all languages at once. That was like a selling point, right? I think that's also the justification why there's not voice acting. Is like if we're gonna do voice acting, we want all voice acting, which is like too hard to do. Again, it's like an artistic choice, not like a logistics choice. It's like, yeah, you could delay the game a year and do that. Lots of games do, but like that's not, you know, it's just we don't like want that, which I think is, you know, sometimes it's fine. Sometimes it's like a bit weird. From a game design perspective, it's clear how important socializing is to the games here. From trading to force choices to open the world, this game is so easy to have a unique adventure and then talk about that adventure with others. Yes, just like the Game Corner thing, right? That the machines really are different odds or whatever. You know, that's like a talking point. The ghost girls that are in every single Pokemon game that don't have an answer. It's to like go on the playground and be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? I'm in a book, which I don't own because I didn't buy it before I moved. I'm in a book. I don't know what the title of the book is. Man, I'm bad at being... I'm bad at, like, selling myself. I don't remember what the book is called. I've read... So, it got posted to Eurogamer. I think it's called On Gaming, which is, like, the series of books. It's, like, a bespoke... what is it called when it's, like... I mean, bespoke works, but like it's when it's like it doesn't have to be relevant. It's like an evergreen book with a series of interviews, like a coffee table kind of book, right? One of the staff from Eurogamer, who is awesome by the way, interviewed me about like Pokemon mysteries, right? And basically, my section of the book was me going off on how important communication is to Pokemon. Like that's the secret sauce, right? All the stuff we're describing right now is the secret sauce. And they ended up posting that interview to Eurogamer like a year or half a year later because it was relevant during Pokemon Day. So I recommend going and reading that. Not just because I'm in it. To clarify, not because it's me talking, but because I'm excited about the thing that we were talking about. I actually forgot, like, I was being so unprofessional during my interview because it was so fun to talk to them about this that I was like letting my guard down too much. You know what I mean? Like in the interview, they're mentioning how I'm like getting excited and like cutting myself off. And I'm like, oh, how embarrassing. How will we find it? Oh yeah. But let me go get it. I'm so embarrassed. Because like I have you guys to talk about stuff, right? But like in like granted, this book club is what okay, so I want to put an asterisk to this. With the exception of this book club, because this book club exists for this purpose. There is not like a scenario where like I get to have serious conversations about stuff I like, right? I like try to do it online, and then you know people are dummy people, you know what I mean? Like they're like everything's good. They gotta dunk on you. They gotta take everything bad faith. No one wants to just like have a serious talk about stuff. So when like a legit professional person is like, hey, let's talk about this and take it seriously, I'm like vibrating from excitement. You know what I mean? Like I'm just so stoked. So hold on. So this is the Eurogamer post. It's from On Games, Volume 2. Oh, so it's just called On Games. So okay, that's why I couldn't think of the name. The series of books is called On Games. The subtitle is How Myths, Mysteries, and Mew Made Pokemon Gaming's Greatest Phenomenon, and How I Rediscovered That Same Spirit Today. Let me give you this. So this is the link. It's just a good read. I swear, not because I'm in it. It's because I like the topic, right? And then you can see how embarrassing I am in it. So this is by Chris Tapsell, who's awesome, by the way. I would talk to that guy anytime. Which, again, I don't know if that's, like, very good. Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be excited about that. Like, completely unrelated to them being, like, a journalist, right? It was just so fun to talk to them about this. Very embarrassing. But anyways, yeah, I completely agree. This is, I think, Pokemon's main thing. Its secret sauce is its communication. We have, and there's a quote in there, where I'm like, the Pokemon is like inherently multiplayer, even if you don't play Pokemon multiplayer. Like us talking about this right now, you choosing your version of your game is multiplayer, right? In the sense that like you're like, oh, my brother got this one, so I get this version. Like that's a group. Like even if you play those games by yourself, separately, you are making like a decision based on another person, right? You are communicating with that person. So even just like BuzzFeed personality quiz being like, I relate to this starter Pokemon. This is the starter Pokemon for me. You are having a conversation with everyone else who is choosing their starter Pokemon, right? That is what Pokemon is. It's all these choices. So when people are like, oh, they don't need to do versions anymore, it's like, no, you're missing the point of Pokemon. Like they're not doing. I'm like, yes, I'm sure they're getting more money is like a fun thing, right? Like I'm sure they're not against that. But the point of versions is not to like sell the same game twice, right? The point of versions is to like have a dialogue with somebody. That is the true success of Pokemon, right? So they're never going to get rid of versions. For some reason, I assume this was ages ago. This interview happened way before I moved. It was like a year ago or something. Yeah, I think it was like a year ago or longer. But then you gotta do the write up, and then you gotta make a book, and then you gotta make the book physical, and then you gotta send the book out, and then time passes enough time for that like to sell as like much as you think it's gonna sell, and then you're like, okay, now I can comfortably put it online because it's like run its course, right? And it's like not the whole book; it's just like a snippet that I just happen to be in, right? So like, still go get the book, and I still need to get the book. Listen, I'm not made of cash, but yes. So I think this is the people are like, oh, it's so silly, blah blah blah. Like I can't read that. Like this is the point of Pokemon right now, right? What we're looking at. So I kind of love that at least as far as Gen 1 through 3 goes, the ancient civilizations are speaking through communication. Like that is like their thing. I mean, even like the unknown being like the alphabet. Like them being the precursors, the ancient civilizations of Pokemon or whatever, right? Or involved in the ancient civilizations of Pokemon is very Pokemon, right? You look at lore of other games, they're like, oh, the great dragons and stuff like that. Like, yeah, like Pokemon has that stuff or whatever, but like the shared aspect of it all being communication is very Pokemon. And then I found a Ruby. We talked about this last time, but the Sevi Islands are like, what if we brought Gen 2 and Gen 3 into Gen 1? So this is Gen 1's version of Gen 2 and Gen 3 stuff, which they still do. They still do this. The ZA DLC is ORAS themed. So the Mega whatever, the donuts, Mega Dimensions is ORAS themed, right? The ORAS... the actual ORAS, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, is X and Y themed, right? Like the new aspects of it like tie into X and Y. So whatever like generation the game comes out in, it like ties back into like the game that it's. So like if a remake comes out in Generation 4, right, it is tied into Generation 4 in some way, which is true. That's what happened. You can see Lake of Rage happening at the beginning of Gen 4. So yeah, like that, you know, this is the, I think, the first instance of them doing that. They're like, what if we made Gen 1 about Gen 3, right, and Gen 2? I am sure that a lot of emanates from the bug catching origins of Pokemon concept. The idea of talking to friends, what you collected in coolest friends. Yeah, coolest finds. Yes, I mean, like also the arcade stuff from their zine days, talking about like playground rumors, right? An exquisitely beautiful gem that had a red glow. It symbolizes passion. So this is one of those things. We learn later what the sapphire symbolizes as well. This is one of those things that like I feel like is not apparent in the game. I don't like pick up my copy of Ruby and Sapphire. I'm like, oh, Ruby, passion. You know what I mean? But this is what I mean. Like the boss of the games are very like, what did sentimental? No, what did Ghost Kid say? Poetic? Yeah, there we go. They're very like, you know, touchy feely. It's stuff that doesn't immediately convey, and I guess like maybe once we replay it and we're like looking for it, we'll find it, right? Maxie was very passionate about drying out the land. Oh yeah. But do you see what I mean? Like that wasn't apparent to me, but like that's part of the game apparently. Like that's informing their decisions, which is all that really like matters. Poetic or conceptual were my words. Oh, Ghost Kid. Oh my gosh. Did I just No, I said Ghost Kid. Did I say Ghost Kid? Or did I say Ghosty Trains? Maybe I should have just said ghost and then like mumbled afterwards. My poor memory. No, you said Ghost Kid. Okay, thank goodness. You said it right. Okay, good. Can't wait for us to get to Dotted Hole because I can truthfully say that I came up with a brilliant theory about the Braille-speaking ancient people. Okay. We'll get there. Too many ghosts in this chat. I know. Just say ghost and mumble and I'll have like a 50% chance of getting the right person. So you hand over the ruby. It's like this is literally connecting. This is the device that's going to connect to Gen 3 and it's going to be, spoilers, powered by a ruby and a sapphire, right? A little on the nose. Chicago's chat is a haunted house. Heck yeah. That would be awesome. He's like, I need the other gemstone. So then you open up being able to go through the rest of the Sevi Islands. You see green there. This must be me being surprised by green. I think I like jumped. Oh no, it's the music that's playing. I can't hear the music. So again, I'm not sure the Sevi Islands are a part of Kanto. I think they might be like a weird like multi-region kind of place. I think the music's playing. I can't hear it. Is that correct? Is the Gen 2 music playing right now? I'm waiting for chat to say something. Can you guys hear? Anyways, I think Gen 2 music is playing right now. Music is playing. Is it Gen 2 music? So the 1-3 islands of Kanto music, while the rest are Johto music. I think that's the defining line. Yes, but the thing is, my interpretation is that it's not like a defining line. In the sense that I think it's a mix. I mean, they kind of talk about the Sevi Islands as if it's the Kanto region. They said, oh, you know what? No, I think it's Kanto region because Professor Oak says at the beginning that Pokemon are showing up that weren't there before. And like the first time you see that is one island. Like literally the conversation goes from him saying that to Green saying, I'm going to one island to check this out. So yes, I would say the Sevi Islands are the Kanto region. Maybe. At least one island is, right? Because when you get to the later islands, NPCs have Gen 2 Pokemon, implying that they've always had them. Right? Can't tell, unfortunately, if it's Gen 2 music. Oh, no worries. At least the belief that one island is Kanto. Yes. I mean, one island to me is just the rest of Cinnabar Island, because in real life, that's the rest of Cinnabar Island. I mean, you find Moltres there. City Islands were obviously intended to be part of the Gen 10 region. Maybe. The thing is, like, also, like, I don't remember which direction. I don't remember where the Philippines are, but I do know the Sevi Islands are very far away from Kanto, but I don't remember which direction. That's why I believe Mount Ember is the volcano mentioned in Gen 2. Oh, I mean, like, it is. Mount Ember is like almost like a we're fixing Cinnabar Island kind of thing. Because again, Moltres is there, right? It's like one of the few things it's one of the few things they changed about the Gen 1 aspect of, because again, they didn't touch any of Gen 1 in FireRed and LeafGreen, but they did change that. So to me, one island is just the rest of Cinnabar Island. Could it be like Hawaii sort of thing? What do you mean? Like it's in Hawaii? We're in Hawaii? This is definitely Japan. These are like these places exist in real life. There's like a list of them on Bulbapedia. It's just I don't remember which direction of the sea they are. But this is definitely Japan, or like owned by Japan or whatever. Colonies or whatever. Yeah, but I kind of get the idea that like let's say this is Kanto, but I get the idea that like, you know, it is quite literally Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn all, because we're finding rubies and sapphires on it, right? It's like in future games, like I think in Black and White, there's like a lake that connects to Sinnoh, right? So it's like a little bit of Sinnoh in Black and White. Do you see what I'm saying? So like, yes, it is still the Unova region, but like this section you're in right now is Sinnoh, right? They do that with other games as well, where they'll have like a little bit of this place. Island 3 has the inhabitants tell the bikers to go back to Kanto. Well, here's the thing. This I think the Sevi Islands are the Sevi Islands. Google can answer what real island chains are based on. What do you want me to say? Yeah, sure. I looked it up in this stream, so that's fine. Not this stream, but like in our book club stuff. So here's the thing. I think the Sevi Islands are the Sevi Islands. I think the only one that may not... like one island would count, right? Oh, but like Green says he's going to go... Let's just go back. Seen in Kanto. I heard about that. One island. Yes. So, Izu, islands off of Japan. Yeah, it is the Izu Islands. Okay, so one island to me is part of Kanto. Right? He literally says, Pokemon that have never been seen in Kanto. Okay? He says, I heard about that. And then he says, I'm going to check out one island first. So one island to me is Kanto. So let's go check out the, what he said, the bikers? That's not too far away. Which ones? Aren't you from Kanto? You should be on our side. Yeah, so they're not from Kanto. I mean, so they are from Kanto. But the people living here are not from Kanto. This is Island 1. This is Island 2 or 3. It would make sense that Island 1 through 3 are Kanto, given they are unlocked through the main game. The rest being post-game Johto would make sense. Yes, but this is pre-post game. This is Island 3. So Island 3 is not part of Kanto. Oh, that's so confusing. Okay, so Island 1, Kanto. Island 3, not Kanto. That's why I said the line muddies things a bit. Yeah. So to me, they are the Sevi Islands. And maybe he's just saying, like, mainland versus not mainland. Right? So, like, maybe the Sevi Islands are all Kanto. Kanto territory that everyone treats like a separate country. Yeah. And he's just saying, like, mainland. That's the only way I can justify it or, like, explain it, right? This is so fun. I'm sad this is the last week. No one's doing this other than us. You know what I mean? Universal truth among humankind is that everyone hates the island peoples. And vice versa. Well, it's just that one island's within... I mean, I feel like that's just everybody hates people that aren't them, right? What if it's just that one island's within Kanto's borders, but the 3 islands too far? Yeah, I mean, like, okay. To me, one island is just the rest of... Well, where's Mount Ember? Is that still one island? Like, logistically, like, what it's based on in real life, one island is just the rest of Cinnabar. So, like, to me, like, that's just, like, what it actually was. The rest of it, to me, just feels like... You know, we're talking from, like, a meta aspect. So let's just talk it from a meta aspect only, not a world-building aspect. Mount Ember is just the rest of Cinnabar Island. Yes, you have to take a boat to get there, but, like, lore-wise, it's you know, Moltres didn't have a place to go, and then suddenly Moltres now has its own, like, place. Mount Ember. It makes perfect sense. I think it's, like, in the anime as well. Blaine has involvement with it, right? Didn't he get lost or something there? And he's the Cinnabar Island guy, right? So I think one island is just that. And then I think the rest of it is just, like, how do we get Gen 3 and Gen 2 into Gen 1? And so, like, maybe they weren't really just thinking about, like, the exact details. Like, the priority was to get the mechanics done. How do we flesh out Cinnabar Island, and then how do we get Gen 2 and Gen 3 into Gen 1? Like, I think those are the priorities. And so, like, the mess kind of comes from that, right? In Pokemon Chronicles, yes. Cinnabar Island 2, yes. Yeah. Okay, it's kind of messy, but I'm okay with that. It makes sense, like, in a meta way. It doesn't make a ton of sense in a world building way. So I was kind of surprised to see a green here. What are you doing here in the Sevi Islands? You should quit copying me. Eggs. So yeah, eggs are a new thing. You don't even know about Pokemon eggs. So again, this is one of those things where it's like, oh, this is Pokemon 1.5. So you're like, oh, did they just never know about Pokemon eggs in Gen 1? It's like, yeah, that's true. They didn't know. Someone's here that we both know on the island, which I think is cool. Pokemon egg, I have no idea. So yeah, eggs are new. It's a rare kind of ice Pokemon that lives in the cave. Oh, I don't think I saw that. So I must have to go back. So no spoilers. Oh, here we go. Pokemon Contest Special. The Spring Pokemon Contest Grand Champion is Daisy Oak of Pallet Town. So Daisy, so this is like one of those things where they like connect Gen 1 to future concepts. And Pokemon contests were a thing in Gen 3. Like they were introduced in Gen 3. So they like retroactively made Daisy Oak a contest champion, which is cool. And then that's why she has like the ability to like look at how well your Pokemon are taken care of. So like they gave her story and gave her a new mechanic, which I think is really cool. I think it's probably a coincidence, but interesting that in the English release of Electric Tail of Pikachu manga, they renamed Daisy May. Now in Gen 3, there's an official character named May, and they made Daisy into a Pokemon contest winner, while May is most frequently depicted as being a contest coordinator. Oh, yeah. Good point. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I do think it's probably a coincidence, but like that is like a solid, that's a fun coincidence, right? From years ago. So yeah, I kind of get the idea that she was just like at home. We talked at the beginning of the stream. There's like it's kind of just part of Japanese culture at one point. So, I mean, it still kind of is. It's not great. Where like women are like expected to be like at home and like being like the people cooking and like cleaning and stuff like that, right? You see a lot of moms depicted with like the apron on as like a character. Like that's what they look like. They're like always in mom mode, right? That's changing. That's changing, and I feel like this is part of that. Like I think Daisy was just that. They mentioned how Professor Oak, Daisy, and Green are like living together, right? Like Professor Oak's almost like the parental figure, sort of, but then like Daisy's the one picking up the, because Professor Oak's going to be a professor. Daisy Oak's like picking up the mom role, even though she's like the sister, right? And so I feel like that's what she was originally. But then they fleshed her out to being like at least more of a character. It doesn't seem like she's not totally different. She's still at home, and not going out and doing things. So it's like it's not great progress, but progress was made regardless. So Lorelai's from here. Someone said Daisy and Pokemon Masters EX win. What would she have? Do I have this? Give me a second. So Daniel brought up that Daisy has come. This is in my Patreon Discord. Daisy has competed in the Pokemon contest and become the champion, which is awesome. But he says didn't get a picture, but Lorelai said she would worry about. Oh, we're not there yet. Okay, hold on. So Lorelai's from here. I don't get who these guys are. I guess they're doing body slam. But like they're just boinging off of each other with their big bellies. I wonder if that's like a reference to something. This guy collects stickers. You can put a sticker on your thing, on your ID. I have like a little star. I think Tamahiro made a video about this, and like this is how you like 100% the game is. You get all the stickers. I would never 100% this game. That's apparently it's miserable to like 100% this game. I mean, I'm glad they did it. That's very cool, but I would never do that. This is Pokemon Masters. The look. Oh, and if you go back and talk to them, they're like, "Oh, hi, here comes the braggart. What are you gonna brag about today?" Okay, buddy. All right. I was trying to get just this text before the second text box showed up, and I finally did. We've had a great and powerful trainer grow up on this island. They keep talking about Lorelai. Oh. So semi-islands are not a region. I didn't think of it this way, but semi-islands are not... I did not take this screenshot for the sake of this conversation that we were having. In the game corner in Celadon, you can get your team stamped on your trainer. I don't know if you found that. Oh, yeah, I did. Here it is. See? This is back when I did it. So they're babies right now. City Islands are in a warm region, so they're not a region. They are in a region. They are not a region. Granted, this could be the localizer could not necessarily be thinking of it that deeply. But they are in a region. I mean, like nowadays you can take text boxes from Pokemon like as like exact lore, right? Exact intentional lore. But like maybe back then it wasn't super like 100% what they meant, right? Some things I think are, but like, this one they may not have ever expected someone to be having this discussion, right? Icefall Cave is frigid because the Pokemon live in it. So it's only cold because the Pokemon are making it cold. I think that's very cool. Lorelai's house. I don't know who this kid is. She tells us about Lorelai's plushie collection. I think that's funny. They're all stuffed animals. There's a Legends and Pearl like this that really throws things for loops. Yeah, Gen 3 dialogue is kind of iffy on that kind of thing. Yeah. Later on, I think there is something that's intentional dialogue, but we'll get to that soon. Oh, the Sevi Islands have real names. I'm sure I mentioned this in a previous meeting, but they have real names. 4 Island is Flow Island. Guy made a slushie. You get in the Icefall Cave. So this is only cold because of the Pokemon in it. You find Lorelei. This one is kind of funny. They're being evil. Like, they are being evil, but like, they're being evil in like an above board way. So we're going to beat them up, right? We're going to beat them up. They've been catching Pokemon here and selling them off, which is like no different than like a pet store. Now, granted, I don't have any pets, but I wouldn't buy from a pet store regardless, unless it's like a lizard or something, right? I wouldn't buy from a pet store regardless. But they're like, who says we can't do what we want with Pokemon we catch? It's like, well, you got me there. Yeah, I guess so. Because at that point, it's no different than like a pet store. Ethical gray area. All right. The Elite Four are all tsundere. Bruno turns away. Lorelei is icy but secretly loves plushies. Agatha is cold towards Oak but secretly likes him. Oh yeah. Yeah. Who's the last person? Lance? What does Lance do? What's Lance's secret life? Well, I haven't finished the Fame Checker, so no spoilers. Maybe there's a secret life for Lance too. That's another thing. All of the we talk about how future games. I think it was Gen 5. We're like, oh, finally, the gym leaders are real characters. Because they, like, help out. They, like, show up at the end. Sorry, spoilers. Sorry, that was actually my bad. That it does cross the line. I apologize. That was uncalled for. There's no, like, oh, blah, 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 you're being too much. Like, that actually was me just flashbanging you guys with a spoiler. In a way that's against how we do things here. So I apologize deeply. Bow. I'm not being facetious. Like, I really do feel bad. Hold on. My town is making an announcement. I don't think Taco's banned from his book club. Yeah. I can't hear it. It's not loud enough. Hi, Birdie. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Can you hear the announcement right now? No. Okay, so it's not like overpowering what I'm talking about. Okay, nothing. Okay, right. So, I can't understand it, so we're fine. It got louder. Okay, it's back to quiet again. Anyways, so they talk about how gym leaders and Elite Four members were not like real characters until Gen 5. And like that was a talking point. And the thing is, like, to an extent I agree. Like, I was like in high school or whatever, right? So I was like, oh yeah, I see what people are saying. But like I probably thought the same thing. But like going back, it's like, oh no, each of these the one of my biggest takeaways from FireRed and LeafGreen is that and I'm sure of Gen 1 as well, is that each of the gym leaders and now also the Elite Four members all have storylines. You have to like piece them together. My favorite one that I've like learned from all this is that Sabrina is like an overachieving trope, and she doesn't like it. She's like super successful at everything she does, and she's like, I hate it. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Like, I didn't know that about Sabrina, like, at all. And that, you know, like I'm pretty sure that's in Gen 1 as well. If you remember correctly, like they did not change the dialogue of Gen 1. So like that's all in Gen 1 as well. I think that's super cool. I had no idea. So yeah, they're all characters in this. So that's not a thing Gen 5 introduced. So that's in the original games. Anyways, yeah, I can't argue with these guys. I mean, like, they're doing it wrong, right? So like I'm fine with beating them up, but like their logic is sound, unfortunately. Who says we can't do what we want with the Pokemon we catch? All right. I'm still gonna beat you up, but I mean, can't disagree with you. Where have you taken captured Pokemon? I'm smashing your ring once and for all. No, I'm not telling you that. And then she's gonna like kill them. She's like, I'm gonna deep freeze you. Lapras Ice Beam. They're like, yeah. Rocket Warehouse and 5 Island. They leave. She's like, this is awful. I was born and raised here. I had no idea those horrible criminals are loose here. And she says, there's something weighing heavily on my mind. If anything were to happen to the island where I was born, I wouldn't know about it. If I were the Pokemon League, I wonder if that would make me irresponsible to my home. And then it is brought up in the Discord, which I just think is correct, by Daniel, that Lorelai says she would worry about her home island when she's at the Pokemon League. I think that explains why she's not there in Gen 2, and I think the answer is yes. Because all of this so far has been Pokemon 1.5, right? They're linking to Gen 2. Do you know what the rare Ice-type Pokemon is here? No, I don't. I don't want to know. But thank you for asking. I do want to play a little bit of Pokemon after this. I wanted to get Deoxys on stream. That's 2/4 of the Kanto Elite Four who have used a Pokemon move on a human. I mean, like, well, we haven't watched it yet, so never mind, I won't say it. I feel bad about Team Plasma because they had an actually sensible explanation for their goals, and it turned out to be super traditional villain stuff. Man, I've beaten Gen 4 multiple times. The game is so normal, so vanilla, that like it's hard to remember anything. She called them horrible criminals, so maybe we can tell them what to do with their Pokemon. Maybe someone can tell them what to do with their Pokemon. What do you mean? Team Plasma is black and white. Oh, Plasma. I'm thinking Galactic. I always get them mixed up. Anyways. So yes, this is Lorelai's storyline of why she's not in Gen 2, which is so cool. She has a whole like, what is it called? Like Ada Wong, I believe her name is. Ada Wong has like a whole like post-game storyline in Resident Evil 4. I don't know anything about it. You can just like, there's just like a thing they tell you on the box. I've never played it. But it's like that. Lorelai's not in Gen 2, therefore she gets a whole like story arc in FireRed and LeafGreen. And I think that's just neat. Because they're criminals. So that means they're breaking the law of what not to do. Yes, okay, valid. I replayed Diamond last year. Gen 4 is unfortunately kind of nothing burger game. Yeah, it's just kind of, well, I think it is the perfect first Pokemon game, which is why I think so many people play it first. It is more vanilla than Gen 1 is. Which I've talked about a million times. And there's an interview of me talking about that too. That is the most vanilla Pokemon game because it is the most like, this is what the franchise of Pokemon is now. So it is the most that. So it is, games after that all have gimmicks. Games before that are all unrefined. So it truly is like they talk about Gen 4 being like the biggest Pokemon game. It truly is that. But like that is its weakness as well. It is the most Pokemon game. Which is actually why it's probably like one of my least favorite. Anyways, So yeah, Lorelai gets a whole like post game storyline. That's so cool, so cool. This one's funny. It's like he's like I haven't been catching many good fish lately either. And then you go talk to his wife. She's like, he said not to worry about buying anything for dinner. That's what my husband said when he went off fishing today. I'm not sure if I can count on him to live up to that promise. Just funny. Chrono Island, where time goes. I wonder what that is about. Do we know why it's called that? Is it just talking about her plushies? It's like a little breeding island. Not sure what that's about. So they're on this island to breed Pokemon. So it's a little like oasis to breed Pokemon. Resort Gorgeous. So it's a bunch of beautiful women on an island. That's what the game's implying. Neither of these people are my type. You'll see my type soon. That's coming up. Look forward to that. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, my foot is falling asleep. Oh, she said my paint tubes are scattered everywhere. I don't know if I got a video of it, but this NPC is looking around, which I think is really neat. Selfie's house. Oh, they spot Blaine. I don't know who this kid is. This guy's just running. So this is an island of girls, and this kid is just this kid named Destin. I wonder if that's like a reference to something else to understand. He's just running around back there. Lost Cave. Maybe that's what it's like. There's like a time thing in this cave. I'm not entirely sure. I found an item here by going the wrong way. So I'm curious if there's other items I want to. This is something I'll Google. I did it once, so I don't want to spend a bunch of time getting lost. Mysterious power at work at this cave. Yeah, you can get lost. I think that's kind of fun. Why did it record this? Oh, the little cutscene. So I finally go the right way, and I find her. She's like lost in here. What do you intend to do with me? So she thinks I'm like gonna harm her, and then we battle. That's Selfie. We beat her, and she's like, I was afraid that you meant to harm me. I'm so glad that you happened to be here. I grew rather bored of walking, and I'm feeling fatigued. May I ask that you take me home? And then you kind of get signs that she's like too rich to be a nice person. Thank you. You may go now. She just leaves, and I come in. She's like, oh, do I know you from somewhere? She forgot about my existence immediately. She's bored, and she's like, find me a Grimer now. And then you're like, okay, well, I'll go get a Grimer. Oh, I go back to the island. There's a silk scarf there. I wonder if that's supposed to mean anything. And then I took too much time. So she's like, you took too much time. I'm tired of waiting for you. But give me a Diglett now instead. So I think that's so funny. You have like a time limit to like help her out. So I like immediately go and get a Diglett. She's like, oh, hello there. Oh my gosh, is that a Diglett? She's like, haha, it resembles you. So I assume she probably said something mean about me with the Grimer as well. So I think she's like asking for like ugly Pokemon to like make fun of you. It's so weird, and like in a good way. And she's like, oh, is something the matter? Like she's not giving anything. She's like, oh, you may leave. Oh, she's like, oh, fine. Sebastian. And then Sebastian shows up. She's like, yes, my lady. And then, oh, he literally just appears. So we're talking about how like Pokemon houses don't have like bedrooms and stuff. Sebastian. And he just shows up. So yeah, I do think, you know, you're not supposed to take these things literally, obviously. I love Resort Gorgeous because it's the single most lucrative money farming spot in the whole game. Oh, because you can keep battling them, I assume. I like Gen 4, but Gen 4 doesn't do a lot to establish itself in the context of the real world, but does a lot to establish itself in the context of Pokemon. Yeah, absolutely. I do think there's a lot of real world stuff in it too, but I get what you mean. It's just, it's the game that established the franchise. It's also cool that her and I think only, appearance in the anime, it was in Orange Islands. Her name was Prima for some reason. It's changed back later, but they remember what their time with her. Oh, she's in the anime? This person? Like a star piece. Very cool. Lost Cave. People have died in there. Oh, Lorelei. Gotcha. Some curious thrill seekers have never emerged from it. So they got lost in the cave. You know, Lost Cave. Oh, here we go. Team Rocket Grunt. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Cool. Probably coolest character design in this game. Other than, you know, me. Oh, this is kind of ominous now that I know what he means. You're wanting to know what's inside this warehouse. It's better you don't know for your own sake, I mean. So, like, that kind of implies... Well, you'll see. So we go inside. Oh, what? Oh, I don't have the other password. I guess I don't go inside. The Bird Brothers. You beat all them. Cool. Oh, this is so interesting. This is a grave of an onyx named Tectonics. And I think it's made out of onyx. Like, I think, you know, like, its head is down there or whatever, right? But I think this grave is made out of onyx. Because there's just, like, a bunch of pieces. And it's, like, it's segmented in the same kind of way. And he's like cleaning it. You know, he's cleaning parts that aren't part of the thing, right? He's cleaning the boulder next to it and stuff like that. So I think this is all, like, this is the onyx. Although it is engraved in a boulder, so I mean, I don't know. They're kind of morally questionable if you're engraving that. But yeah, I think it's just like pieces of onyx. Yeah, I think onyx falls apart. I think onyx might just be like the head or something. Do you know what I mean? I police a lemonade. It's just like a cool moment. This has no meaning in this game other than just to be a little meaningful moment, right? Imagine how heavy the rocks are. How do you stack them that high? Well, that's the other thing is, like, how do you bury them, right? I mean, like, yeah, you just roll them into the big hole or whatever. But, like, I think that's kind of the implication is that, like, I almost feel like this is just where his remains ended up in a way, right? They're just, like, spread out in this spot or something. It was my Tectonic's favorite drink. I don't even know you, but your act of kindness, it uplifted me a little. Can you please take this as my thanks? Oh, I actually don't know what he gave me. We gotta check out, what is it? TM42. I don't actually know what that was. Boulders and rocks are neatly piled up as a cairn. Your latest Tectonics engraved on a boulder. You can find metal coat here. So, like, this is the actual gameplay reason. It's just to, like, introduce metal coat to you and, like, kind of associate it with onyx. So, like, yeah, like, if you're looking at a meta sense, yeah, this is the true gameplay reason for it. They're like, hint, hint, wink, wink. But, like, you know, it does not come across as, like, it only exists for that means. Right? Oh, I don't know what this is. If anyone can figure out what this little spot is, it seems almost meaningless that there's, like, a little, like, cove right here. It's facade. Oh, interesting. Thank you. What's up, Kubabooey? Imagine you check the TM and it's Destiny Bond. No! Aren't Onyx like 28 feet? I assume these guys are like 5 feet tall, and it all checks out. Yeah, I think that is just part of Onyx. I think that is Onyx. Like, why would you get more rocks and then shape it like Onyx? I guess because you liked your Onyx, you know, whatever. 6 Islands, Fortune Island, Fortune Island of Aged Wisdom. Big long name. Relax and enjoy your stay. When you're this far from the city, this guy's fantastic. Yeah, again, I think, you know, the way they talk about the islands is still in relation to Kanto. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, granted, you can still say that about any island, that it's far away from a city. But the city, I feel like, has just the kind of the implication that like you are. It's a part of where you're at, right? Then aside, Selby's Persian are also holding nuggets, which you won't know unless you search it up on Bulbapedia or use one of the thief items. Or thief TM, very cool. That is so cool. That's so cool. Hold on. I'm putting you in my lore library, username and all. Okay, I'm gonna go to FireRed and LeafGreen. Hold on. You have made it into my notes. Thank you. That is so cool. Yeah, I mean, like that's exactly what the thief item is. What games have I done that in? I've done that in games. Like that is like a crucial part of RPGs to like steal items from people you think you're gonna get something good from. I just I feel like your moral compass is a little different in Pokemon, or you don't necessarily think to steal things from people. In this game, I've like I'll go steal stuff from, Paris. Right, like there to get the move deleter. I literally was like, I'll just go do steal stuff from Paris and Parasect. Right, but I never thought about doing it from a person. That's so funny. That never crossed my mind. Pokemon encourages stealing from rich people. Very cool. Heck yeah. Very, very cool. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Yeah. That's in my notes now. Congratulations. Why am I recording this? I have to sneeze. Oh, maybe. Because I was surprised. I never expected to see him in a Pokemon Center, and it like genuinely jump scared me. I think this is the end of seeing green. Hey Taco, how's your Pokedex filling up? It looks like it's impossible to get all of Pokemon by hanging around just these parts. Maybe there are Pokemon we don't know about somewhere far away. And then it's a big like hint hint wink wink. Well, if I can't do it, there's no way for you to get done. I'm not gonna get all desperate over this. I'll keep collecting Pokemon at my own pace while I train them. That's what I'll do. There's no point in staying here. I may as well leave for home. That's it then. Smell you later. I think this is like the Kanto 1.5 goodbye to green. There's another. Oh, okay. Hey, no spoilers. Kind of bug me that the Semi Islands were just kind of an advertisement for Ruby Sapphire. I think they're more of like a tie-in. I don't think they're an advertisement for Ruby and Sapphire. Although I think that was. I think that one was. It's like, you know what I mean? Only about trading. There's others. And then this guy's telling you about the hold items, For 10 years, I searched for ruins. Make that 20 years. I get the feeling that there's something hidden on this island. Did I ever figure that out? Oh, yeah. Okay. I did. They're talking about the strange patterns. So they don't know what Braille is, which is interesting. It really does feel like English is not. I mean, like I think in later games, they kind of make this part of the story, but like English and Braille would be ancient languages or like unknown languages to Pokemon because Pokemon doesn't speak English or Braille. They don't speak in like the alphabet, right? Their writing is different. They don't speak in the alphabet. So yeah, this would make sense to us as the player, but this does not make sense to Pokemon who live here. Does that mean no humans in the Pokemon world are blind? No, I think it's that it's in English, right? It's English Braille or Japanese Braille. Oh, I did not. No. What does this say? I assume it's 3 letters, but I could not figure out what the last one was. It was not on the Braille page. There's a Pokemaniac. As we discussed before, Giovanni clearly has a kaiju theming. On top of that ground theme, as you pointed out, the Pokemaniacs also have a kaiju theming. And Giovanni being a baddie is sort of subtle critique in the extremes of Pokemaniac culture? No, I don't think so. I think it's, in fact, I think it is more, Errol brought this up for this meeting as well. I think it's more that that is what Pokemon is. Like that is the what an ultimate Pokemon is like a kaiju, right? Like that's the origin of Pokemon. So like Errol brought this up that your first Pokemon are also part of the Monster Egg group. So you start with kaiju and you end with kaiju, right? The big bad guy has the biggest kaiju, right? I think that's what it is. It's like it all comes back to kaiju, right? Yeah, I don't know what this says. It's like letter A, something. I don't know if the middle doors count, but it's letter A and then like a full braille and then the bottom right hand corner of braille. Braille sheet. Braille alphabet. Oh my gosh. Just show me the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know what the bottom right hand corner braille is. I'm having trouble finding like just a normal braille thing. People are like teasing it, like, oh, buy our braille sheet. Yeah, I don't know if there is a braille as far as the alphabet goes. I don't know if there is a braille for this like bottom right hand corner one. Oh, but maybe a number. No, it's not a number. Punctuation and special symbols. Maybe it's a special symbol. Hold on. I'm looking. I'm looking at like a, oh, okay. So it's a closing quotation mark. The far hand right one is a closing quotation mark. That doesn't make sense. A something closing quotation mark. What the heck? Something tells me that's not correct. Is there something that's just like the full braille? It's not Q. Q is almost the full braille. The middle is 4 apparently. According to what I saw, it's a A4 quotation mark or something like that. Middle is 4 apparently. What if it, so maybe it's just like shorthand. I don't know. Maybe it's something in Japanese. Maybe Japanese braille is slightly different. Because this is not text. This is, you know what? I'm going to look up Japanese braille. Japanese braille different? Question mark? Yes, Japanese braille is significantly different from, ooh. Ooh. All right. You know what? Maybe this is the answer. Japanese braille chart, FireRed, LeafGreen. All right. Heck yeah, chat. I think we've cracked the code. But I gotta find it. I gotta find like a full page here. Okay, here's one on it's The bottom right hand one is n. The top one is ah. The middle is may. Amen. Why would it be amen? What the heck? Okay, what? Huh? What? Amen. But like in England? Well, no, because it's being katakana, right? Okay. Amen. It says amen. It says amen. The door literally says amen. What the heck? It can be metaphorical, not literal. Left pillar is an ah. The beginning. The door is full. The middle. The right pillar has only the right corner. The bottom. Hold on, I'm not reading that right. It can be metaphorical, not literal. The left pillar is ah. The beginning. The door in the middle. The door is full. The middle. The right pillar has only the right corner. Oh no, I think it's Japanese. I think what it is Japanese because you can change the text boxes to be English, but this is the graphics of the game. So granted, they could change the graphics of the game, but I think they kept the graphics of the game. So it's either on or on men. So if it's on, I don't know if there's a word called on, so we're gonna check real quick. Bean paste. I don't think it's bean paste. Who had a theory? Oh yeah, what was the theory? Oh, we're not in here yet. We haven't gone inside. Hold on. So yeah, I think it's saying amen. That's crazy. I'm gonna Google amen, just the word, and see if make sure like that's what it's supposed to mean. I'm getting a lot of ramen. Okay, I'm gonna do a quotation mark here. Getting a lot of ramen. Okay, so I'm just gonna say it is amen for now. Unbondmen. It's irrelevant. I've already decided that's what it's referring to. What do you mean? Fill me in. Catch me back up. I'm lost. But anyways, I think it's amen. I do actually think it's amen. Do I have a better picture of it? There we go. Oh, can't capture a screenshot of a screenshot. Look at this. Yeah, it is. It is literally like, see, it is part of the graphics. And I think that's why it's Japanese. You can see the spots where it's not. Do you see that? See how it's like a crosshatch pattern? It says any interpretation outside of amen because I think amen is funny. Oh, okay. So you agree is what you're saying. I do want to hear what you thought because maybe it'll like bounce off. We can bounce off it and like find something else. But you can see the spots where it's not. So it is literally the top left. Which means it's a graphics thing, not like a text thing you can swap out, right? And then you can see the 6 sections in this one as well. They're like slightly grayer. I don't know how I spelled reject and sent as that. I figured it was a typo. Don't worry. I rejected any interpretation outside of amen because I think amen is funny. I think it is amen. That's so funny. Why? Like, oh. So is that why it's white on the inside? Is it like some holy place? Where there's a sapphire? Oh, this guy shows up. Oh, I have them all written down what they mean. Arceus foreshadowing? Maybe. They're making... The thing is, when this game is being made, they're making Gen 4, you know what I mean? I would not be surprised if this is like... Yeah, foreshadowing away. Okay, here we go. I've got a big theory here, and it's going to be long. Okay, I'm ready. I'm scared. All right. This guy wants to sell the ruby for at the warehouse. He's like, "Don't look at me. Don't look at me shamefully." I'll tell you what the thing's read. So all of the different braille, this is what the first braille said. It says, everything has meaning, existence has meaning, being alive has meaning, have dreams, use power. The next time we had braille, it says, let the two glittering stones, one in red and one in blue, connect the past. Two friends sharing power open a window to a new world that glows. The next world for you. Hold on. Don't post your, still post your thing. Hold on. Post your theory, but I'm not looking at it. Not yet. I guess I didn't spend any time figuring out what this was yesterday, so let me see if I can't figure it out. You're hidden right now. Let the two glittering stones, one in red and one in blue, connect the past. That's about Pokemon. That's about Pokemon from different regions. Because you're literally connecting, and then you get friends. Sharing power, open a window to a new world that glows. And the next world for you. That line I don't understand. Let the two glittering stones, one in red and one in blue, connect the past. So they're talking about you put it in the machine. You connect the past. Which is, obviously Gen 1 through Gen 3. Two friends sharing power, open a window to a new world that glows. The next world for you. What does that mean? I don't think the trade animation means anything. The next world for you. Okay, inside the Sapphire Room, now I'm reading it. The cave is Arceus colors. Yeah, I do wonder if this is a Gen 4 tease. Inside the Sapphire Room, in the dotted hole, the Braille message is essentially a flowery metaphor for trading with home games. Yes. Yeah, okay, yeah, we agree with that. Celia's network machine with the Ruby and Sapphire is what makes it possible. That'd mean the Brailleite people had foreseen the events that'd be far beyond the era. How? It's what I wondered until I realized that Natu are natives of the area around the dotted hole. The evolution Zatu can see the future. So what if Braille received a vision of Ruby and Sapphire? Okay, put a pin in that. Connect Hoenn and that Zatu lift the prophecy. Okay, put a pin in that. Not because you're wrong or right. I assume you will be around for the Gen 2 book club. Yeah, I wonder if it's a glowing Game Boy. Maybe if it's that simple. Whenever we do the Gen 2 book club, we'll get into the Zatu stuff, which I'm very excited for, by the way. Extremely excited for. So it's no comment, no thoughts. I'm glad you said that, but I'm trying not to show any emotion one way or the other. It is not as straightforward. My answer would not be straightforward, but I just want to keep that for Gen 2. Yes, I'll try to make it. I apologize. Zatu rules, insanely underrated. I think so too. There's a reason you see Zatu in well, no, not talking. It's very exciting, but I gotta keep something excited for Gen 2 stuff, right? To me, that's all the Gen 2 lore is what's exciting about Gen 2. So I want to save that for then. Um, yeah, I mean, like maybe it is just the Game Boy. Yeah, that last line is confusing. The next world for you. Did I mistranslate that? I don't think so. A world that glows. So when you trade, you're not, Gen 4 doesn't show up. So I think the world that glows is just still referring to trading between generations. It's the next world for you that I don't understand. What is the next world for you? I don't. I feel like the Christian stuff is Gen 4 stuff, right? This is to me the first sign of like Christian stuff. I shouldn't say Christian. It's more like everything Western. Like it's all mixed together. Everything European. Um, it's not like any one thing. It's just like, oh, we're gonna make a religion based on religion. So I feel like when you get into like religious stuff like this, it becomes Gen 4 stuff. Next world is the next region. Yeah, I wonder. That's the only like easy next game after this is Emerald, so maybe Hone is the next world. But no, seriously, when that occurred to me, that was arguably the smartest I've ever felt in my life. Yeah, I mean that's what this is for. Good, keep that. By the way, I'm not shutting anything down. I mean, like I'm shutting it down, like in a sense that we're not talking about it more. But like I'm not like being like wrong, get out, like nothing like that. I just mean like that is specifically the kind of stuff I'm excited about to talk about the next game, which is why we do the whole like we pretend other games don't exist, which I'm not very good at doing all the time. So I'm shutting it down in a positive way. Shutting it down, parentheses, positive. Next world's a new world of adventures. You'll have a new Pokemon. Next world's the next region. So the internet seems to think the braille on the door translates into Japanese for cut. But don't speak or read Japanese, so I can't tell. Okay, well, I'll go back to looking at the chart. Well, here, cut Pokemon. I should have the name in Japanese. Iai guri. Iai guri would be it. E? No, it's definitely not. No, it's A. Iai. There's Iai is 5 characters long. If you just did Guri, it is 2 characters long. So maybe Guri? Let's find out what Guri is. I don't think so. It's really hard to find braille charts because they just cut them off to like. I mean, maybe it's kanji, right? It could be well, no, because I think Pokemon is all entirely in. Like they make it super simple, right? So like kids can read it. So I think it's all in hiragana. I'm gonna say it's amen. I mean, that's more fun. That might not be true though. I want to do katakana braille chart. Okay. FireRed and LeafGreen manual Japanese braille. I'll just see what they included in the thing. Okay, hold on. I'm looking at the Japanese one. I'm looking at the manual. Oh, they have a freaking German one, but not the Japanese one. Okay, found it. Here we go. I found it. Okay. Okay, so if it's there's two ways we can read this. Okay, there's two ways we can read this. Let's save it. I'll just show you. Can I save this? Save image as yes. Chat, this is so fun. Chat, I'm having too much fun right now. This feels like, real. Ooh, big. This feels like not journalism, right? But like we're really solving a mystery here. Granted, if you're Japanese, it's probably super easy, right? Hold on. I know we can't see right now. Okay. There we go. All right, chat. This is what we got. Keep in mind the door can open. Okay. Isn't cut Yadagiri? Yes. The passage is the next world waits for you. I think you skipped a word. Oh, that happens to me. Yeah, let me go back and add that. Chat, I have things that I'm pretty sure I have undiagnosed. Okay. All right. And apparently it affects Braille too. Oh my gosh. I should say it's pretty obvious. As I've returned to school, a lot of problems I've ignored growing up that are like, oh, just because I was young, are still there. So, it is what it is. All right, so here we go. We got our Japanese here. Okay, so there's two ways we can interpret this. The door opens. Okay. The door opens, meaning that it could just be the two pillars. Like the door could just just be like bolts. Do you know what I mean? Where it's just like, oh, it's the Braille door, therefore all the Braille is filled in. Okay. The Braille door. Okay, so we can either interpret it as, well, actually there's three ways we can interpret it. We can interpret it as 3 letters, we can interpret it as 2 letters, or we can interpret it as 1 letter that takes 2 slots. Can you find the one included in the original game? Is this not it? Braille wouldn't change. Do you see what I'm saying? Like Braille would be the same no matter what manual you got it in. Okay. So, sent that before. Oh, okay. No worries. Do you see what I'm saying about the 3 ways we can interpret this? So let's do an interpretation one where it's 3 letters, which is A, or ah, sorry, ah, not A. Beep boop. Where's meh? Meh. Right? Oh, you can't see my Here, let's type this in. I'm gonna put this in. I can't type in. I don't have a keyboard for Japanese yet. All right. Option number 1. I'm gonna go into my I'm gonna go into my lore library here. FireRed and LeafGreen. Okay. Japanese keyboard. Ame. And then I think, right? Yeah. All right. Option one. Amen. Okay. Option two, which is ah and n. On. I don't think it's that one. Option three. Um, where it's connected. Is there like a 2-1 that starts with the top left? No, I don't think so. No. No, I think it is just option one. Kaze, good night. Thanks for hanging out so long. Chat, I think it is just option one. I think it's amen. Why is it amen? And there's no like katakana. We're doing hiragana. Like, this is the page, right? My joke earlier said amen feels the most right to me. I think it is amen. Cool. All right, let's what is it? Dot hole? Dot hole? Whatever. I'll know what I mean. All right, it's add to the lower library. Goodbye. Oh man, crazy. So I think that's the first sign of like that type of religion, right? That's so interesting to me. All right, so the door says amen. Amen means true, so be it, or like an agreement, affirmation. Obviously with the religious connotations. Yeah, I mean, like, it's an ancient civilization or whatever. Yeah, this feels like the first Gen 4 adjacent, like... Because here's the thing, in the Pokemon development history, Gen 3 and Gen 4 are connected. As in, like, they were meant to, like, establish what the Pokemon world is separate from Gen 1 and Gen 2. Like, the worldview had changed, and that starts with Gen 3. Did a bit of research, and apparently sapphires are considered the holy stones associated with heaven and special spirits. Oh, interesting. Arceus is connected to Johto, and City Islands are also connected to Johto, so there's that connective tissue there already. Yes, but when Johto was made, Arceus was not part of that. Does that make sense? Like the greater world, like the worldview, Gen 1 and Gen 2 have a separate worldview than the rest of the games. That does not mean they aren't incorporated into future games. It's just like Gen 2 is not aware of the worldview of future games. If that makes sense. Yeah, so it just depends on when they decide, like when they... I'm going off the assumption they had the idea of doing Johto remakes. Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. Does the exterior of Dotted Cave resemble any Sinnoh architecture? That's kind of what I was getting at. Or sorry, I was about to say. It reminds me of, the Reggie Gigas or whatever, right? This is very clearly Gen 3. I want to clarify, this is very clearly Gen 3, but it feels like Gen 3.5 in a way. So he steals it, and he's like, don't look at me! Mysterious just discovered ruin from an ancient time. It got its name from the 6 dots on its door. Yeah. It feels... What's it called when something doesn't feel... The Braille connects to Reggie's, which is both Gen 3 and Gen 4. Yeah. So, yeah, it feels like... This is Gen 3.5. Because they definitely would have known. I mean, they're years in development. They would have known about some of the stuff of Gen 4. Yeah, I wonder if this is a Gen 4 thing. We need to play Gen 3 and Gen 4 to know. Oh, so this is the sucky thing. So that's a cage right there. And the guy, the NPC on the outside is like it's best you don't know what's going on in there. Kind of implying that like the Pokemon are being treated really badly. So it's not just like that they're, they have a bunch of Pokemon in cages. It's like, oh, this is like you will feel bad. Do you know what I mean? Like worse. It's like best you don't know what's inside. There are many Pokemon locked away in a pen, and it's like ... right? So I think it's worse than it like lets on. Team Rocket broke up. What planet are you from? So yeah, this is connecting to the story that they are cut off from everybody, so they don't know that Team Rocket is disbanded. Just a funny attack. Why did I save this? Oh, because he said something new. What? Why did I save this? Oh, because he says something here. Oh, what do you think you're doing? Okay, not a big deal. Some of the boxes you can look into and like get Pokeballs, which I think is fun. Of course, they're net balls, right? Because they're like capturing Pokemon. Sludge Bomb. Cover from the others. There's no way a kid like you'd know our boss Giovanni. Don't mess with the doing as adults. You jumped up, Pipsqueak. Oh. You talk to her. City Island's Rocket Grunt seem like they have more of a conscience than the Kanto ones. The Kanto ones don't really care if some kid saw their horrible crimes. Yes and no. I think it's more like there's a bunch of cults in Japan. Like still. Maybe less so now, but like yeah, there's a bunch of cults in Japan. And so I think it's more of like cutting off the head of the leader makes them like lose their purpose. Does that make sense? So I don't think they're like morally like grayer than the other ones. I think it's that when they have their leader, they're like, oh, we're doing the right thing. This is awesome. This is great. And then as soon as they do that, they're like, what am I doing? You know what I mean? They're like, oh, I can't deal with these things that are, you know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I think, aren't cults the reason why one, yes. 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 Yeah. Like I've been someone tried recruiting me one of my trips that I was here. There was like this, like it was like middle of the night and we were like walking home or walking to the hotel. And there was like this like couple that were like really wanting to hang out with us and like take us to a different place. We're like, what? No. It was so scary. And they wouldn't take no for an answer. And they were like super happy. Anyways, so I think there are NPCs throughout the main game that like imply that Team Rocket is like a cult thing. So yeah, I think this is more of just like, oh, we're like, how do we deal with this? And that's why she's like, I don't know or care if what I'm doing is right or wrong. And this is a perfect example. I just put my faith in Giovanni and do as I'm told. Right? So then like the conscious part comes from learning Giovanni is not around. By the way, she is a character. Team Rocket admin. This is implying that she is a character that we learn about in the next game. You beat her. I am shattered. See? You're doing things according to your beliefs and morals. I understand now. I've made it so you see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? And that's why she's helping you out. The admin after me outranks me thoroughly as a trainer. You better steel yourself for a harsh challenge. I come back. And so here's another one. Spreading lies about how Team Rocket is disbanded. It's such an obvious attempt at causing confusion in our ranks. Fortunately, we're not so ignorant to fall for the lies of a child. And now I'll show you how scary and angry an adult can be. The Houndoom looks so funny. You beat him. You're too strong. That's Giovanni's badge. So it's true. Team Rocket really has disbanded. We will abandon this warehouse, but don't think this is over. I won't let this be the end. I will find Giovanni and I will resurrect Team Rocket. I will. Until then, farewell. So, like, this is setting up Gen 2. So this is the storyline of Gen 2. Again, this is kind of a, heavily Gen 1.5, which is just so fun. That's so cool. So these are all events of Gen 2. And now here is something that I think is significant. Okay? We talk about how the dot cave, the dot hole, might be Gen 4, right? There's a moment after this that kind of implies that, like, they're thinking about Gen 4. There is the things in the dot cave that might hint towards in the next region. They're like, it opens up a world to the next whatever. And we're like, well, what does that mean? Okay. There's a lot of, like, maybe they're thinking of Gen 4 happening in this game. A lot of it. Okay. So you talk to this PC. It says a report with graphics and text is on the PC monitor. The influence of magnetic waves on Pokemon evolution. Now, the obvious, and we're going to spoil a little bit of Gen 2. The obvious connection here is Gen 2. Everything in this area right now that we're talking about is all setting up Gen 2. Okay? They evolve a Pokemon in Gen 2 with, spoilers, radio waves, which are a form of magnetic waves. Okay, but this is the interesting part. Okay? As far as I remember, we'll need to replay Gen 2. It is always referred to as radio waves. Okay, as far as I remember, it's always referred to as radio waves. I wouldn't be surprised if in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it's also still referred to as radio waves. Because that is the specific scenario in which that event happens, is through radio waves. Okay? Radio waves are a type of magnetic waves. But because it never needed to be anything other than that scenario, it has always been referred to, again, as according to my memory, as radio waves. This is referring to them as magnetic waves. And to me, the only reason they would need to change that to a more general term is to talk about the genre of that type of mega evolution. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Because in Gen 4, they introduced more scenarios where a Pokemon can evolve by magnetic waves. So it's not just in this scenario where they're using radio waves. Mount Coronet or whatever. We're never going to do a Gen 4 book club, so it's fine if that's spoiler. We played that on stream. Spoilers are fine for Gen 4. So what I'm saying is, it seems like they changed the wording to all encompass like a type of evolution that isn't. Oops, sorry, I just smacked my microphone. It's all encompassing to include a type of evolution that is in Gen 4, rather than just the specific scenario where they used radio waves. Does that make sense? It's like a subtle difference. Magnetic waves, radio waves are still magnetic waves, but this is like more than just the one Pokemon. This is multiple Pokemon. Those admins who totally aren't people we'll meet again in the future have taught their Pokemon TM moves like Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, and Iron Tail. They're honestly more of a boss fight than Giovanni was, which is funny. Well, it's after Giovanni. Light is also electromagnetic waves. It's technically hinted at day and night evolution potentially. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't. You're not wrong, but maybe. I wonder if Diamond and Pearl introduced so many Gen 1 Evos because developing FireRed and LeafGreen had them freshly on their minds. No, I think that is the point of Gen 4. The gimmick of Gen 4. Gen 4 does have a gimmick, and that is pushing evolution, finding new evolution methods. And I also don't know what you're referring to in Gen 2. Jokingly or not, but also good. If you're not joking, good. You're doing a great job. Following the rules. Let's talk about this in the series of events, okay? This is in real life game development. This is how it happened. Okay. Gen 1 is about like your DNA splicing or whatever you want to describe it. I don't think that's really how you describe it. But Gen 1's about like, Mewtwo and Mew. That's the Gen 1 quote unquote theme. Granted, they weren't thinking of themes back then because it was the first game, but like in hindsight, that is how they've compartmentalized the theme. Okay. Gen 2 is about all your like historic stuff. We're not going to talk too much about it because we'll do a book club. Okay. But like, your Ho and Lugia, and then you can extrapolate from there. Okay. Gen 3 is about like environmental stuff, right? You got like your drought and your water, and it's all environmental stuff, and that's the theme. Weather, right? That's the theme. Ozone layer, right? That's the theme. Gen 4's theme is obviously time and space, but the gimmick of it, the thing. Oh, sorry, I totally meant to say this wrong. The gimmick of Gen 2 is baby Pokemon. What is the gimmick of Gen 3? I don't remember. Like the evolution mechanic. What is the evolution mechanic of Gen 3? I don't remember. Water stuff? Yeah, is it weather? It might just be weather. Is there evolutions based on weather in Gen 3? Other than the weather Pokemon? I mean, Gen 3 has other gimmicks that I can like remember. Yeah, maybe it is weather. I'm just going to type in Gen 3 evolution gimmick. Gen 3 evolution gimmick. Anyways, skipping Gen 3. We'll write this down and say it better in a future video. But the gimmick of like what the professor is studying. That's what we should say. What the professor is studying is like extended evolution methods, right? There's Feebas wanting to be more beautiful in order to evolve. Okay, yeah. Whatever, I forget what it's whatever the natures, is it natures? I don't know. Something's not right. There's something I'm forgetting here. Anyways, the professor is in Gen 4. The professor is studying like extended evolution methods, like alternate evolution methods, right? And so they very clearly took what happened in Gen 2 and made that into an evolution method in Gen 4. Birch was studying the natures of Pokemon. That's why he's in the field. Oh, okay, so then it is natures. Okay, cool. There you go. Problem solved. That's the gimmick of Gen 3. Maybe let's call it like a secondary gimmick. Okay. Let's call it like a secondary gimmick. Because, like, there's convergent evolutions in Scarlet and Violet. But, like, Scarlet and Violet's about, like time travel. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's, like, the main thing, and then there's, like, a thing that's, like, a science thing that's, like, being studied or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, tier 2 gimmick, okay? The tier 2 gimmick of Gen 4 is evolution methods, right? And it's very clearly they took Gen 2 and were like, okay, let's extend that and make that into like an evolution method where like other Pokemon get this thing. Just like they do baby Pokemon in future generations on occasion. Do you see what I'm saying? Are we all on the same page? I know that was a very confusing way to arrive there. But like that's just the series of events in real life, right? Burst's thing is that he's doing field work. As far as I remember, he doesn't have a specific expertise for that. You could argue divergent evolutions with the Nikeda. Glade Gardevoir, Snorunt, Clamperl. Oh yeah, maybe. We'll wait for the Gen 3 book club. The point is Gen 4. We know what Gen 4's is, right? Like that's a lot more obvious. We're all on the same page with Gen 4, right? Listen, I can't know everything. Okay, I think I can know most things, but I can't know everything. Okay. Oh, I need some sort of confirmation we're on the same page here so we can move forward with the conversation. That the point of Gen 4 is that like Magmar evolves, right? Um but you're supposed to know everything Pokemon. There's definitely things I don't know. Gen 4 gimmick, extra evolutions, yes. Okay, cool. All right, we're on the same page there. Okay. It's very clearly they took the Gen, especially because Gen 2 has like a connection with Gen 4. It's very clearly they took like the magnetic waves and were like, can we apply that to other Pokemon, right? Gen 2 did not know about that when Gen 2 was made. Gen 4 used Gen 2 to like then extrapolate that into like more Pokemon. Nose Pass or Probopass or whatever, and then Magnezone, right? So, if you're thinking of the context of only Gen 2, you only need to call it radio waves. If you're thinking in the context of including Gen 4, then it's magnetic waves. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, one is more broad and all-encompassing. One is, this is just how it worked in Gen 2. And so we don't need to extrapolate on that. And I'm pretty sure, and again, I think the thing that would confirm it is if they're still calling it radio waves in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I don't remember. But even then, if they change it to magnetic waves in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, that just means they're changing the terminology to be more all-encompassing, all broader, right? Very long story short, I think this changing of words is acknowledging the existence of, whether they've decided what they are or not, acknowledging the existence that we're getting more evolutions this way, other than just through radio waves. It's multitasking, retroactively setting up Johto, and foreshadowing Sinnoh. Yes. His hello, Lucas Knivey. Good color on your username. Also, where did you get a Charizard head? What the heck? Why are people getting cool badges that I've never seen? I want a big Charizard head. His research topic was on ancient Pokemon, kind of like Fossil, but it was more to time more about the ancient legendaries. We'll have to play Gen 3 again. It's for Unite event. Dang. So cool. Jeez Louise. I'm wondering how many of these details are Game Freak planning 3 steps ahead, or just a bunch of comically lucky coincidences that they gladly take credit for. See, I don't think it's either of those. I think it is work in progress ideas. Like the dot hole looks vaguely Sinnoh-esque, but not like we have solidified the Sinnoh aesthetic yet. Do you see what I'm saying? Sinnoh isn't really like Christianity. So if you're going to label your door Amen, like that's not quite what it turned into yet. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like a halfway point. That's why I was saying 3.5 or Gen 3.5. It's like, oh, we know the direction this is going, but we haven't like nailed it down yet. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is like, oh, we are aware that we're making more of these. Let's change the terminology now. But that doesn't necessarily mean they know all of the Pokemon that are going to be like that. It's like even if it was like subconscious, right? Even if it was subconscious, like, oh, we call these magnetic waves now. Let's just, that's the correct way to call it. Let's call it that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, even if it's subconscious, like, this is... Take a step back. Okay, let's take a step back. This is very clearly about Gen 2. Okay? This is very clearly about Gen 2. I want to make that clear. This room we're in right now is the Gen 2 foreshadowing room. Period. Okay? Do I think they went in or like, oh, let's also sneak something in about Gen 4? Like, oh, this is secretly the Gen 4 tease room also. Not really. Okay? What I think is happening is this is like a consistency play, right? This is a play to be more consistent. Like, sure, their backstory could, like, in a way it's foreshadowing, but like foreshadowing is not the priority, right? This is like a consistency play. Like, oh, we know it, behind the scenes, we know this is a thing. So let's just make it consistent now so it's not weird later. They're not researching radio waves. They're researching magnetic waves, which will come into play later, right? Amen originates with Hebrew, which is Jewish. The Regis golems are rooted in Jewish mythology. Oh yeah, you're right. That is true. Like the souvenir in X and Y, they made it fit in the Sun and Moon despite X and Y dialogue not meshing with Sun and Moon super well. Yeah, probably. Gen 2 and Gen 4 are like poetry that rhyme. No, stop this. Retooled the Gen 2 lore to fit in better with what they're establishing in Gen 4. Yeah. Yeah. I'd see no reason not to call it radio waves when they've called it radio waves every other time. Do you see what I'm saying? To me, this is like, oh, well, let's just make it more consistent because this is what we're working on. So it's like a teasing Gen 4 as like a byproduct of this. I don't think they're stupid, right? I don't think they accidentally changed it to magnetic waves. I mean, it is possible. Like, you know, it being subconscious is possible. But like, I think, you know, like they're being intentional about it, but I just don't think that's the focus. I think it's just like in hindsight, they were making this more consistent with future games. I hope that makes sense. It's exciting in like a historical context, but it's not like, oh, I'm on to you, Game Freak. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. I mean, I kind of am on to them, you know what I mean? But like, I don't think this was a puzzle for us to solve. Maybe that's a better way to put it. This isn't meant to be a puzzle to solve. Yes, this is not like, you know, some of the teases of future games are definitely like puzzles to be solved. Like, ooh, what could this mean? Ooh, this is not that. I mean, it is for Gen 2, right? This is not that, but it is like a sign of Gen 4 happening in hindsight. That's what I think. Finish. Okay. I like that. That's where I'm landing. Okay. All right. I don't think I don't think this is a tease on purpose, but it is a tease, right? That being said, when Gen 4 did roll around, I think Team Rocket specifically had involvement with Magnazone because of the story that's going on right now. Magnazone's Platinum Dex entry talks about scientists trying to make I don't know if this is an accident or not. It says they were trying to make Magnazone evolve using electromagnetic or magnetic waves. Not electromagnetic, just magnetic waves. And then they failed. So I don't know if they meant like they were trying to evolve into Magnazone, which is not what it said, or they were trying to evolve Magnazone further, which is what it said. But either way, it says they were trying to do it like artificially through science, and they were unable to do so. Meaning they aren't on Mount Coronet doing it, right? So again, kind of implies that's what's happening right now, here. That Dex entry seems to be a callback to right this second. Okay. Now, this second, they are not connected to Hoenn yet. We haven't connected to Hoenn yet. Also, just a little bit before, Pokemon had not arrived here from other regions, right? Maybe there's Gen 2 Pokemon, but the point is like Probopass, which is the other option, they do not have access to it. Also, the scientists here do have access to Magneton. That's like an icon, like a Pokemon, a Gen 1 Pokemon directly tied to Team Rocket. So, depending on which degree of thought they put into this, whether they put in thought into it right now or they put in thought into it later, this is very specifically Magnazone to me. Right? Whether that's like a connection they made in hindsight or the connection they are making right now, this is about Magnazone. Which to me, like, I think Magnazone, the lore of Magnazone implies it's been around like at least since the 50s. Because they tied in with UFO sightings, right? So I don't think they made Magnazone. But like the Team Rocket story and Magnazone are kind of like intertwined in a way, right? Because they're studying it. So like maybe they're the ones doing breakthroughs of understanding Magnazone They're not creating Magnezone, but like, the influence of magnetic waves on Pokemon evolution. Basically, this is not, Professor Oak's not taking credit for it. This is a Team Rocket science effort, which I think is really cool. Is this making sense? Like, it makes sense to me, but like, it's hard to always like convey what I mean. Um, yeah. Are we on the same page? I'm trying to like, not confirm like when things happen, just that by the end of it all, these all seem to be connected. Um, by the time Platinum happens, this is a whole storyline. But where it fully formed, I'm not sure. I follow your logic, but I'm not 100% sold. I would love pushback. Does that make sense? I would love pushback, because I'm pretty confident, but I need to be able to like convey correctly. So, yes. I'm sorry. I'm thinking back to the Reggie Gigas stuff. I don't have specific pushback here, but I'm not sold. I might stew on it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Um, okay. Let's put it this way. Here's the key points. Whatever combination of key points you come out with, like whatever like your conclusion is, doesn't matter with what I'm about to say. Okay. Here are the puzzle pieces that are true. Okay. True puzzle piece number one. Well, I think it's true. I'm going off of memory here, so like if that's, um, oh, you said this dialogue was likely written to late into FireRed LeafGreen's development, so I think it makes sense. We know that well, not necessarily for sure, but we know that pretty for sure because FireRed LeafGreen was originally a port. So at least later on in its development, this was added. This was not the original intent of FireRed LeafGreen. Okay, so maybe that's puzzle piece number one. This was not made right away. This was not written right away. This was written later in its development. Okay, how later? A week? 2 years? I don't know. Okay, this was written later in development. Okay, so Gen 4 is well on its way. Okay, Gen 4 is well on its way. Okay, so they could have figured out Gen 4 stuff by then. They have information of Gen 4. Okay, let's re-say that. They have information of Gen 4 while making this game. That's puzzle piece number one. Puzzle piece number two. The influence of magnetic waves on Pokemon evolution is not the same thing, very similar, but subtle difference, as radio waves, which is what Gen 2 calls it, if I remember correctly. If you search magnetic waves, Pokemon, Johto, you do not get matches for that because they say radio waves, right? So, puzzle piece number two, they switched it to magnetic waves. Puzzle piece number three, there are magnetic wave evolutions in Gen 4. Okay, not radio wave evolutions, magnetic wave evolutions in Gen 4. Okay, puzzle piece number four. Magnezone, I couldn't remember it saying Magnezone. Magnezone has a dex entry by Platinum. So not quite Gen 4, but by Platinum, that references people using science to try to force its evolution and then failing. Okay? That's puzzle piece number 4. Puzzle piece number 5 is that Magneton is like tied in with Team Rocket. Okay, that's like a Team Rocket Pokemon. It's like a science-y Team Rocket Pokemon. And then puzzle piece number 6 is that I don't know how you would phrase this. So forgive me if I'm not phrasing this very well. The storyline of Sevii Islands is that they're cut off from everybody else, right? So they've only got the tools that they have at the time. Okay? So it not being Probopass and it being Magneton involved in all of this is like an extra tie. Like it just strengthens the tie of point number 5, right? So let's just say 5 for now, okay? 5 for now. Those 5 puzzle pieces are all true. So it's like, what conclusion do you come from that? And like, there's a variation of conclusions you can come from that, depending on like when things happen on a timeline or not. Now, by the time Platinum comes out and you get that Dex entry that's like scientists worked on Magnezone, I think my conclusion of this all, like Team Rocket studying this stuff, I think is all true by the time you get to Platinum. But like where that got solidified, I'm not sure. Weird for them to make the distinction if they didn't mean anything. Yes. It's just how much weight they put behind it, right? I don't think this is supposed to be like a tease of the next game in the way other teases have been in future games. Right? Like, I don't think, like, I think this is supposed to tie into Gen 2 specifically. It's just like, I feel like they're being, what did I call it earlier? I feel like they're being, man, I cannot remember for the life of me. Beep, 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 beep. Cohesive. I think they're being cohesive. They've changed the lore, and so they're writing it in a way that applies to the way they've changed the lore. Right? They've updated the lore, and so like their terminology has updated as well. Right? It's like if I mean, they kind of done this. There's a lot of this in Gen 1. Here's a really great example. There's a few times they refer to Pokemon as like old typing, like calling flying Pokemon bird Pokemon. Okay? They in the Gen 1 dialogue, there's leftover terminology from like a past version of Gen 1, like calling flying Pokemon bird or bird type. Okay? They purposely did not change any of that to be updated with current terminology to respect Gen 1's legacy or whatever, right? Gen 1's vision. They specifically did not change that. So those inaccuracies are still present in this game. In any other case, they would change that to modern terminology. Do you see what I'm saying? In any other case, they would just update that to flying Pokemon. Right? So to me, this is that same scenario where they don't have that restriction. Okay? They're like, oh, the current terminology for this is magnetic waves because it applies to more than one Pokemon. So even though we're talking about Gen 2, we're using current terminology. Which then, as a byproduct, teases Gen 4. Does that make sense? Right? Like, they're not going to purposely use out-of-date terminology just so they don't accidentally, you know what I mean? Like, they're just using current terminology. That's what I'm picturing from this. So that's what I'm gathering from this. Here's my specific pushback. Radio waves are not specifically magnetic waves. If your claim is that all sorts of electromagnetic waves, fields, etc. impact Pokemon evolution, I agree. X-rays with Grimer Muck, with the Gen 2 mod, magnetic with Magneton, Nosepass for sure. But I don't know if magnetic is necessarily more broad than radio waves. My pushback to that is that you can evolve Magnezone in multiple different types of magnetic waves. Because different games have different scenario, or like different, they're called like special magnetic areas or whatever, but they're all like done in different ways. Like one of them is rocks, one of them is like space. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so like it now granted those might not literally be different magnetic waves. I don't know. They just call them special, right? But that I guess maybe that's more what I'm saying. They've made it more broad by calling them special, like just like a catch-all, right? Rather than something specific. So my pushback to that is that they are doing that. They are being more. If your claim is all sorts of electromagnetic waves, etc., impact Pokemon evolution, I agree. That is what I'm still. It's like what the games are saying basically. Let's just look them up. Magnetic fields Pokemon. Special magnetic field. Special magnetic field is where Magneton, Nosepass, and Charbug can evolve into Magnezone, Probopass, and Vigavolt, respectively. The term comes from several of Magnezone's Pokedex entries, which cite it as the cause of its evolution. In Sinnoh, Mount Coronet contains a special magnetic field. Magneton and Nosepass may evolve anywhere in Mount Coronet, including exterior areas. Innova, Charged Stone Cave contains special magnetic field. So it's the magnetism also evident in Cave's puzzle. Magnetic rocks. So I assume that's different than like your space one, the one that is implied by Magnezone. In Kalos, the magnetic field is produced by the nearby Kalos power plant. Despite the special magnetic field being produced by the Kalos power plant, No's passive magneton will not evolve if leveled up inside the power plant. Oh, that's funny. To me, those are all like different things, right? I don't know if we need to see an evolved Magnezone personally. One of the big takeaways I had from ZA's DLC is that some Pokemon simply aren't meant to go beyond their limits. Are you just referring to the Pokedex entry? Yeah. That's fine. I mean, I agree with that. I mean, like, I would like to, just because like that was part of the deck. It's just like people want to see the cut Flygon, and I think an NPC is like, wouldn't it be nice if there was a Flygon Mega Evolution? So I just want to see it just because they brought it up. Like, it doesn't go any deeper than that. Also, I really like the sci-fi Pokemon, so it's just kind of fun. The thing is, like, it wouldn't. The only thing I would not want is that Pokemon are designed differently now, so it wouldn't be what's in my mind. It would be like a new Poke. It would look modern, which I don't necessarily want. So you get it. You fight Gideon. He has another Porygon. So, like, you know, there's more Porygon now, which I think is fun. Yeah, it sounds scary. I assume it'd be a Mega Evolution. Because I do think the implication is that, like, Pokemon can only evolve twice. Found a Nest Ball. So, you know, they got Pokeballs in there. That's what's in the boxes. The Sapphire symbolizes honesty. I don't think I've ever picked up a copy of Sapphire and be like, honesty. But, like, you know, playing the game with that in mind might be interesting. Another dialogue that's self-aware. What, you're suggesting that you're sick of seeing swimmers like me? Because the whole end game is that? I think that's so funny. He's like, don't be hating. And then you beat him. He's like, I couldn't lift the stigma of being a swimmer. It's very funny. Mia and Mew. Kind of scary. I don't get this one. My height is 67. Oh my gosh. Chat, don't. I know this precisely because my neighbor measured me. I don't get that one. Oh, I get it. Because she loves measuring things. She wants a big hair across. Okay, all right. Okay, I get it now, I guess. You're so cute when you're determined. Lots of bug Pokemon. I skipped this. I just left. I was like, I don't want to deal with that. The Altering Cave, I don't know what that is. Don't tell me. Give them the Sapphire. We connect to Hoenn. And Lanette's mentioned. 6, 7. Okay, all right. Lanette's mentioned. You hook it up. You power it by the Ruby and Sapphire. A dream came true. I'm not crying. It's enough about me. So Lanette's, mentioned. She's from Gen 3. You keep looking for exotic Pokemon. Best of luck. I hear rumors about you. Bill can't stomach milk at all. Okay, so he's lactose intolerant. Here's another thing. You go back. He's like, what, you again? You're not Giovanni's kid, are you? That can't be right. Giovanni's kid has red hair. Now, I think we all know what that is. But I think I would need to play Gen 2 again. So I don't trust people's opinions on things or trust people's memories on things. And, in a way, this is me saying I don't trust my own memory in things. Okay. I don't remember if Gen 2 makes a connection that Silver is Giovanni's kid. I don't remember that. We're going to replay it with fresh minds, and I'm going to be like, oh, it was always there. The common understanding right now, which again, I don't trust, is that that connection does not happen until Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Okay? Now, if that is true, that means they are teasing a game that is 2 games away. Okay? That means they're teasing a game that is 2 games away. We still have to get Gen 4 and then Heart Gold Soul Silver. Right? They're teasing a game that's 2 gens away. Now, I don't think that's like super likely. You know, it's possible they just never mentioned that Silver was his kid, but like had that in like internal documents or something, right? Even back during Gen 2. But if they are teasing a game 2 gens away, then the whole magnetic field thing is a lot more possible. Do you see what I'm saying? That being like a whole evolution method rather than just one Pokemon. That becomes a lot more possible. Technically, it happened in the FireRed LeafGreen chapter of the manga. Well, yeah, but this is also like that would be in response to this, right? So this would still come first because you can't make a FireRed LeafGreen manga without FireRed LeafGreen, right? There's a line of dialogue that Celio says concerning Layer 0 of Seven Islands Network. I'm studying networking, and there's no such thing as Layer 0. Common layers are 1 through 4, 1 through 7, depending on the model. There was a joke that a Layer 8 problems are user error. Layer 0 implies something beneath the physical layer, data layer. Layer 1 concerns transfers of zeros and ones. I think Layer 0 here is a joke, but I also think it could be soul transfer, something similar to the sense. It can also, it's just, Pokemon also has just like a layer of mysticism to it, right? We just went into a cave that was called, that was labeled as Amen, and then we got a special ruby and sapphire to put in the machine to power it, right? So if it's not a joke, which I mean, like, I'm not smart enough to know if it's a joke. Anyways, whether it's a joke or not, I think, you know, there's some degree of like, you know, again, X-rays from the moon, right? Like that stuff's in Pokemon. Layer 0 is the magic layer. Yeah. So, you know, I'm not smart enough to know if it's a joke or a hint towards it being like super special technology. But yeah, I don't think you're wrong to point that out. In fact, I think you're right to point that out. I think you're absolutely correct. How you wouldn't be able to write something like that unless you heard about it, right? Like unless you knew about it. I don't know anything about layers of anything. So like you have to be informed enough to make a. Whoever wrote that knows there is no layer 0. Does that make sense? Technically, it first happened in FireRed LeafGreen chapter of the manga. That was explicitly stated rather than implied. Yeah, but was it implied in Gen 2? Well, no. Don't answer that. We'll go back. Save that for the book club. Anyways, what I'm saying is, like, they're not afraid to, like... Well, I don't know, because I don't know if it was implied in Gen 2. So we'll put a pin in that. That's the answer. There is no conclusion. I have nothing. So he calls you. I think this is funny. Computer guys in the 2000s were also networking nerds because that's how you made your computer work. So yes, Game Devs would know this. Yes. Perfect. The fame checker like calls people. So it's funny that like just by being an NPC, you automatically have to talk to Giovanni at some point. He's like, I don't want to talk to you. But he can concentrate solely on bettering myself and none other. Which is funny right after we learn he has a kid. We can see the guy is gone. The employee is gone. We go into Cerulean Cave. And here comes the last twist. Oh, I'm listening to the music. It's Team Rocket themed. People mention that like Team Rocket is not tied to Mewtwo at all. But I'm not entirely sure that's true because the music here is Team Rocket themed, which could just mean like the evil music, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be Team Rocket themed, but it could just be the evil music. But Team Rocket's whole plan was to get the Master Ball to catch like the most powerful Pokemon, and then the most powerful Pokemon is Mewtwo, right? Which is like why you would like there's only one Master Ball. So I think
there was always like the connection. It just wasn't like, outright said. Like, what Pokemon are they going for if it not that? What one Pokemon are they not going for if not that? Because that's the implication, is that they just need one, right? Anyways, so Wobbuffet appears. So this goes back to the whole, like, so this is, there's only two changes I'm aware of in this game. Two major changes that I'm aware of in this game. One of those is, because remember they said they would not change anything about Gen 1. One of those is that Moltres got moved to one island, which to me means like that's like a glaring enough change that it's like them. That's why I think it's part of, like, spiritually part of Cinnabar Island, because it almost feels like a retcon, not a retcon, but like a way to fix there not being a volcano on Cinnabar Island for Moltres to be in, right? So that's big change number one. Big change number two is that Gen 2 Pokemon are in Cinnabar's cave, which is important because they just mentioned that, like, Gen 2 Pokemon are migrating to Gen 1, right? They're, like, being consistent about that, which I think is super cool. Really admire how this game weaves its stories together. I love Scarlet and Violet and all three of its storylines, but I can't help wish they were intertwined as well as Fire and LeafGreen did. Yeah, I do think Fire and Leaf, I mean Gen 1 mainly, is they talk about like how your first record has like you have a lifetime to make your first music record, and then your second one you only have like a year. I feel like it's that, right? And I don't mean like the games are rushed. I just mean like this game has the most care probably out of any of the Pokemon games. I'm not saying the anime doesn't make stuff up, but tying Giovanni to Mewtwo's so directly feels like a strange thing to come up with out of nowhere. Yeah, I agree. I think, like, what was his goal if not Mewtwo? That's what that's, to me, that's just like, it feels so obvious that like, I feel like they were like, oh, it's obvious, so we don't need to spell out. And then it's like, oh, no one got it, like, oops. But yeah, like, if not Mewtwo, who, Wobbuffet? You know what I mean? Ditto appears. I brought him because I needed Rock Smash. I was like, what is this pool of water? This is like good game design. So you're like, oh, it's like a little pool of water here. Why is it just like off in the corner for no reason? So you go there and you get rewarded with little teas of Mewtwo. Right? Do we think rock activities are picking up in Johto? No Johto talk. No. I don't want to read that. No. I mean, yeah, no. I know we've like bent the rules a little bit when it was like, incredibly relevant, like the teas of silver. But I don't want to speculate on Gen 2. Yeah, this is not the only time they've teased a thing in the corner. You're totally right. I think it's interesting there's moss everywhere. To differentiate the different caves, I've noticed they've done different environments, and I like that this is like a mossy cave. Just neat. Okay, you fight Mewtwo. It says Mew. It needs a video? I thought I had a video. I guess not. Oh, I think this was the video. I think I was just too slow. Oh, here we go. Cool. I think I'm listening to the music right now. Anyways, Mewtwo appears. Caught the Mewtwo. Pokemon whose genetic code was repeatedly recombined for research. So was it alive while it's being worked on? I think that's what this is implying. Do you see what I'm saying? Pokemon whose genetic code was repeatedly recombined for research. It turned vicious as a result. So, like, is that why it's like in a test tube, right? Mewtwo's technically a super boss? Yeah, it is. Absolutely. That's why I was like, Mewtwo's the end of the game. I mean, like, granted, super bosses are not the end of the game. There's in RPGs, there's always like one, like you beat the game and then you can go buy. You can go fight big bosses afterwards, right? This game is an RPG. I tell people all the time, like, Pokemon Gen 1 and Gen 2 are RPGs with Pokemon as the monsters. Gen 3 and 4, I want to say 4. By the time you get to Gen 4, it's a Pokemon game. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference. Also, interesting. I mean, like, I've noticed that, this will say grassland Pokemon from a grassland Pokemon. It's like one of the first times I've noticed that it says rare Pokemon at the top. Its height is 6'7". Oh, that guy's the same height as the other, as a Mewtwo. Very funny. I'm Mewtwo now. Just so you know, chat, I'm Mewtwo now. And that's it. We did it. That's the end of the book club. That's not true. We got some images to look through. Hold on. All right. So this is a little bit of spoiler, but I mean, like, when else are we going to talk about it, right? Kaze got an Entei. Now, I've not encountered these. I assume they start showing up next, but like, I knew they existed, so it's whatever. I just listened to a podcast about this study last 20 years where scientists cloned the same mice twice over and over and over to see how strong the genetics were. They got 58 generations in before they couldn't clone them anymore. Apparently, the problem was epigenetic markers not being cleared. Oh, interesting. Anyways, Mewtwo being combination of Mew DNA made me think of that. I just want to know if it was still alive when they were doing that. Like, how would you edit someone's code while they're alive, right? To me, it seems like there's one Mewtwo. And it says it turned vicious because of that. So it's like has some awareness, or they just like made like a, like a pug where they like inbred it so much that it's like has a messed up nose. But it's like, instead of that, it's like they bred it so much that it's angry, right? I guess you can interpret it that way. But like, them working on the DNA while it's alive sounds very science fiction-y, so I wouldn't put it past them. This is Kaze's boys. Honestly, an amazing nickname. Everybody loves boys. Very cool. Also on a CRT, great stuff. Just seeing Mewtwo on a CRT. That's all this is again. Let's just zoom in. Let's get right into the Mewtwo here. Pokemon's sprite work is pretty good where you don't need like the CRT blurring to make it look great. It's good LCD art regardless. All right, so this is from Daniel. Pretty sure. They're talking about how glad they were to have a Dragonite, but then also just as a good Pokedex entry. It can fly in spite of its big and bulky physique. It circles the globe in just 16 hours. And that's like constantly referenced in the anime. It flies fast all the time. Gameverse definitely only has a single Mewtwo, not including multiverse shenanigans. I mean, there's another Mewtwo later. Maybe? I think there's 2 Mewtwo's in the Gameverse. I'd have to double check. I don't remember if ZA made it seem like it's the same Mewtwo again or a different one. I think they're the same. Yeah, I think they are the same. I'm starting to doubt that too. I think they are the same. I think they just like locked it up for a long time. Like, it just keeps getting out of people's Pokeballs. Daniel mentioned... Oh, hold on. Oh, shoot. I moved that to the wrong page. Hold on. I'm messing everything up. Oh, my God. Daniel mentioned that... I'm in the wrong spot. Hold on. Everything has spoiler notes on it, so it's hard to... Oh, gosh. Oh, my God. I keep clicking on the wrong things. So they're happy the Dragonair finally... Sorry, I bumped that. Finally evolved into a Dragonite before taking a Mewtwo. And they just liked the Dex entry. And then they said they liked the back sprite of Mewtwo, which is... I agree. I wish it was hunched over more. I miss hunched over Mewtwo. It felt more menacing. But I do think that's a really good back sprite. Really good back sprite. Okay, here's another one. It's funny because I was going to catch this and I was like, no, never mind. I wish I did. Its body is light. This is from Daniel. They're like, it's another real-world location. Its body is light, and its legs are incredibly powerful. It can clear Ayers Rock in one leap. Where is Ayers Rock? Utah, maybe? Oh, no, it's the big rock in Australia. The big red rock. It can clear air as rock in one leap. How cool. So is Ponyta a Australian Pokemon, I wonder? So cool. And they just thought this, Daniel thought this was a cool screenshot. Or a funny screenshot of the scientist landing. Like a superhero landing. That's very funny. Who is that guy? Who is that guy? There's a little bit more. So, I mean, like, honestly, there wasn't, I mean, other than what we talked about, which was brought up. Daniel brought up Lorelei, staying back for Gen 2. Talking about Daisy in the contest. Lanet from Hoenn, right? Like, other than stuff we covered, like, not a ton happened. It's just more of, like, our thoughts on things in general. They did mention, I brought this up earlier, that they did mention the Pokemon League's in charge of Cerulean Cave. That's good stuff. And then Errol is talking about the first 3 Pokemon you choose are all members of the Monster Egg group, or Kaiju like. And Giovanni, the final boss prior to your revival, has a Rhydon, the first Pokemon ever created, as final team member. Maybe there's no connection at all, but I like to think it does. I think it is. I think that's, you start with Kaiju and you end with Kaiju. I think that's just like a big part of Pokemon history. I don't think that's an accident at all that he got Rhydon. Rhydon is like the most Pokemon, like OG, like classic interpretation of Pokemon. Like, obviously you could be like, oh, Pikachu's the most Pokemon because it's like the mascot. But like, as far as like the origins of Pokemon, I think there's like cut material where like Rhydon is literally the mascot. And then the player rivals champions, fully evolved starters, duking it out. It can be seen as a big Kaiju fight. Yeah, because you're just fighting starter to starter. They'd both be Monster Egg group. Good stuff. Project Vera, hello. They didn't bring up anything to imply it was a separate specimen from the Pokemon Mansion Mewtwo. But nothing technically against it either. Australia, Canada, Pokemon. I vaguely remember there being something in X and Y. So X and Y is where you would see if it's a different Mewtwo. Does that make sense? X and Y is when, I think, we'd have to go back. There's a special episode of the X and Y anime that like is arguably game canon or not, because it was advertised as like the introduction to Mega Evolution, and I think it's like separate from the anime. It's just like an animated special. We'd have to rewatch that and see how, like, if it's like, oh my god, this is so uncanon. You know what I mean? Uncanon, non-canon. So okay, well, hold on. We're not done yet. We got some stuff to do. But let's talk about this now. Next week we are going to watch Pokemon Origins. I will see now, or we're gonna watch Pokemon Origins in my Discord, my Patreon only Discord called Lore Library. We meet every single week except for during this book club. We meet every single week and do exactly what we're doing here, but for shows and movies and like books and manga and all that stuff that relate directly to research on whatever game we're researching. Okay. And so as like a bonus finale to this, the FireRed and LeafGreen book club, we're going to watch Pokemon Origins next week and dissect that. I will see if we can't also find that Mega Evolution special. Not to be confused with the Mega Evolution like sub-series that like ties into the anime, but like the one that's like a standalone episode. And we will see, I don't remember if that was canon or not. It was advertised as the reveal of Mega Evolution. Like something special is going on with this Mewtwo, and then like Mega Evolve, and everyone's like, what the heck? Why does it look so weird? It's weird that they use Air's Rock instead of Uluru. I don't know anyone who calls it that nowadays. Maybe because it was a long time ago? Before we were better at that kind of stuff. I think Golduck and Psyduck work as platypuses, but I don't think that was the original design intent. They're Kappas. Maybe Psyduck is a platypus, but Golduck is a Kappa. The anime didn't have any rights to the movie Mewtwo, specifically because of Shudo's estate or something, so they had to make a second Mewtwo. Oh, interesting. But that doesn't mean it's not reflective of the game lore. That is important to know, and I'm glad you brought that up. So when we watch it, we'd have to like keep that in mind, right? Again, I don't know if it's canon. I've never thought of it as canon until like now when we're trying to figure that out, right? Think about the significant Pokemon you encounter throughout the story. Wait, why we wouldn't watch that for Fire Red and Leaf Green though? We'll just watch that in the future. That says what? I'm confused. I think Mewtwo just made me think, oh yeah, Gen 1. So next week is Pokemon Origins. If we happen to watch that, that's separate. But that has nothing to do with Fire and Leaf Green. Second Mewtwo is from the Genesect movies. The special episode was probably released around that time. No, it was... I mean, yes. But the second Mewtwo was released as part of the rollout for X and Y, like, marketing material. So, like, yes, it might have ended up being a character in that if it's the same Mewtwo, but as far as my memory goes, that Mewtwo episode was a marketing beat. You don't seem to have the recording, but the battle theme for Mewtwo is new in Fire and Leaf Green. It's distinct from what plays Legendary Birds. It's got sort of a wavy undercurrent. Oh, no kidding. I thought it was just sped up a second time. I thought it was like sped up. That's so cool. Think about the significant point you encounter throughout the story. You fight the two Snorlax, the Ghost Marowak, and obtain Lapras, and Lickitung, train Slowbro. All same egg group except for Golduck, of course. That's just a version exclusive thing. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Kaiju are intrinsic to Pokemon. Gen 1. I like Kaiju are like the Gen 1 thing. Anyways, this is what we're going to do. We are going to take a break because I've been talking for 4 hours straight. We are going to take a break where I end the stream. So this is a separate VOD. No, because it only take me a few minutes. We're just going to take a normal break. Okay, we're just going to take a normal break. And then I want to go catch Deoxys. Deoxys is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon. I have never done the event. Someone traded me a Deoxys way back when. I traded them a Jirachi for it. I don't think their Deoxys was legit. So I've had a Deoxys on my in my like lump of Pokemon for years and years, right? But I don't think it's legit. And so I want my own Deoxys, one of my all-time favorite Pokemon. And I want to experience the event knowing as little as I did. No, I know what it kind of does, but I've never experienced the event. This is your ground. Yeah, kind of. Honestly, kind of. As far as out of all the legendary events, with the exception of like spiky-eared Pikachu, right? Out of all the events, this is the one I've always wanted to do. So I want to make sure this is part of the Fire Red and Leaf Green book club, especially because in my opinion, the reason they introduced it in this game is that's very like it melds well with like the old sci-fi nature of early Pokemon games. To me, Deoxys is like the final stop before Pokemon becomes something else, right? So it being kind of tied in with Gen 1 is just like a match made in heaven, right? How long is the break going to be? Should I buy the game just to play the events? I mean, you can watch and find out. Wasn't available in RS Ruby and Sapphire 2 though? Maybe. How long is the break gonna be? Like, I want to say like, I haven't eaten anything, and it's 5 p.m. Got a shower and sleep since 4 a.m. Good night. Have a good rest of your stream. Enjoy nerding out with everyone. Hopefully it wasn't too... No, not obnoxious at all. You were participating in a way that I wanted people to participate. Not that everyone had to, but like... Obnoxious. This is the safe place for being obnoxious. Do you see what I'm saying? So, anyways, everyone who's here, come join our Patreon. We have one more week of this for Pokemon Origins, okay? And then you can join us for all the other stuff we're doing too. Basically, we do this every single week. It's just gonna now go back to Patreon, right? And then for everyone else, either good night or I will see you on the other side of the break. I'll just eat a quick snack. That's probably what I'll do. So it'll be like a couple minute break. Not a big deal. We'll come back. And we will get Deoxys. And then we'll be finished. Okay? Alright, well, you asked me, Arrow. I did my best not to break your rules. I mean, like, I failed at not breaking my rules too. You're fine. I'm gonna go to sleep. But this book club is giving me a brand new appreciation for FireRed and LeafGreen. I really hope a new Pokemon game gets released that captures the spirit of these. Me too. I want to go to sleep after this too, but thanks for the stream, of course. No, totally fine, totally fine. It's late in Japan, which means it's like insanely late anywhere else. All right, so I will see you guys. The rest of you guys, I'll see the rest of you guys after break. I want to finally see what the Deoxys event is. I'm over the moon excited. Oh, can you hear my alarmo? Did you hear that? All right, I'll be right back. It'll just be a couple minutes. I want to go eat like a package of crackers, and I'll see you just in a moment. See you soon. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. What's cracking? Hold on. All right, I gotta change my PC settings. Oh, why can't I hear it? Oh, it's because it's a screenshot. I'm stupid. There we go. That's the real one. What's up, Brandon J? All right. Let's do escape rope. That feels appropriate. Woohoo! Okay. Ooh, I'm kind of excited. How is everyone? Good, I hope. Okay. Let me go to the water bus. Isn't that like an actual term? I think that's like an actual term. Which one would be? I think Naval Rock, maybe? High speed 10. How far away is high speed 10? Naval Rock. I'm nervous. Okay. Oh, maybe I'm not going the right way. Instead of buying Fire Red for beginning, I'm gonna use this as my experience with the events. Okay, cool. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Naval Rock, is that why it's called Naval Rock? Is this a big line? This is so interesting. What the heck? No, another one. Okay. What was that about? Sad the book club is coming to an end. These meetings have been a highlight of my week in the past month or so. Can't wait for Origins and the eventual Gen 2 book club. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed too. Not gonna lie. Whatever game we go to next is not gonna be like, you know, if I play Resident Evil or something, I'm like, oh, this is, you know, I'm enjoying myself. Is this like making a pattern or something? Okay. We can go up. I don't want to go. Oh, I think I'm going the right way, which means I need to go the other way. They've really like sold the idea on it being like eerie. Yeah, enable Rock and Birth Island. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I wonder if... Oh, man. What? This isn't Deoxys. Okay, question. Chat. If I get one, can I still get the other? Now I understand. You know, one's at the top, one's at the bottom. Pretty sure. Alright. Okay. Well, I don't want to go do this. I'll do this some other time. I can't escape? Oh no. This isn't Deoxys. Cool. Cool. Why Deoxys? Well, thank God that missed. I wasn't gonna survive that. Yeah, this is a very good sprite. Really? Woohoo! Psychic type has hands as an event. It's basically Deoxys, right? Yeah. Oh, because it never misses. That's funny. Okay, that's good enough. It like knows. It's like, huh? All right, that's good enough. I guess I don't want to use my, like, Pokeballs on this guy. You suck, game. You suck. No! This is the one time where Lugia's eyes and eye fins are depicted as black. Isn't there like a TCG card where it's like that? Yeah, Pokemon actually change colors a lot. TCG is my biggest blind side for Pokemon. That's okay. It's like a cat. Why? got super into it. I'm definitely not getting into it now. Oh yeah. Yeah, Pokemon Pocket TCG is kind of fun. I still play that regularly. I don't even care about this. I don't like love legendary Pokemon just because they're legendary Pokemon. I feel like that's enough for some people. To a degree, I think it used to, like when I was like a little kid. But like, you know, it's no different than like, do I want to catch a Diglett today? You know. Now, I do really like Lugia, but like I'm not. My heart is not set on Lugia right now. One of the first Lugia TCG card arts looks like this sprite. Can you put a link in chat? Oh my goodness gracious. Look at the wiki. I have one in mind that I'm like thinking of. And Neo Genesis sounds like it would probably be it. Yes. And is that black? Yes. Yep, that's what I was thinking of. Ow. I keep knocking my hand on that. I'm gonna spend so much money. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, you suck. You suck. I'm growing tired of legendaries since like Oras. We're being able to catch everyone in every new game. You gain something of the norm. Yeah, you're right. It is kind of like that, huh? Snorlax's turns just take so long. Oh my god, I hate this creature. I don't think I typically like go for Lugia. Hyper Beam, I guess. Oh, that sucks. They opened up so many mythicals that would have normally been events. Yeah, I do think like, I mean, it's just a video game, so it's like not that serious, I think, in this scenario, so it's not a big deal. But I do think like the appeal of legendaries has waned. They don't feel like this special thing anymore, right? But yeah, that's good. I agree, that's good. I'm gonna assume it's a will go. Hi, guessed right. Don't use recover, you stupid bird. You stupid bird. Like, if Gen 3 Mirage Island lets you hit Drachi or Deoxys, I think that'd be awesome. The best compromise as an example. I like, timed events. I'm sure people would disagree with me on that, but I like, you know, limited time events that happen regularly. Like if you miss it one year, you can get it next year, or you can get it the next game, right? I'm cool with that. Oh no, don't recover. Good. Oopsies. Critical hit? You kidding me? You kidding me? It sucks if you miss your only chance. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think as long as they keep happening, it's not, because, you know, You can have like a million Dialgas by now. You know what I mean? Just from other games. Alright, I do not care about you, so I'm leaving. Wait, so do I not have the Deoxys event? Is there no Deoxys event? You do. Okay, I thought Birth Island was Mew. But don't answer that. Alright, we're going. If I do, then I'll keep going. Yeah, there's no way Birth and Naval are like... There's like symbolism there, right? Get me out of here! I have to go back to Vermilion. It's the other ticket. Yeah, I thought that was Mew. You know, Birth. Oh, I thought for a second it didn't give me back Naval Rock. I was gonna, like, freak out. No music. How cool is that? Oh, cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, I'm excited. Hey. Okay. Cool. Oh, it's got like one tree. It's got 3 trees. I see. It's changing color. Use Faraway Island, not Fire and LeafGreen. That's Emerald. This is so fun. Oh, what? Oh, messed that one up. What? 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 I thought it was the side. Yeah, weird. Okay, maybe below. What the heck? That's the side. What? Why didn't that work? That's so weird. So sometimes it just doesn't work, I guess? Like that. That was the bottom. What do you mean that didn't work? Well, that was the side. What do you mean that didn't work? Okay, we're gonna try the bottom on that one. What? That was the side. What are you talking about? Okay. bottom this time. Nope. Okay. 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 Really cool sound. Okay, we're gonna try the top maybe. No? Maybe the right side? The thing is, like, I can't trust it. Because even if you do the side, it's not gonna be, you know, guaranteed. Oh, no, 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 no hints, no hints. I don't want to know any hints. I don't want to know any hints. I'm gonna tell you what. No, a hint is a hint. I don't want to know. No, no, here it comes. No, no, you're missing something. None of those. I don't want to know nothing. I only got one time to do this. If I get handheld through it, I won't ever get it back. All right, so there's something here. Okay. Okay, I get it. Sort of. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I messed that one up. Nope. Oopsies. All right, Deoxys, what do you want from me? Hmm. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay, so it's like don't say anything. Do not even like don't even like raise your eyebrows. Okay, just sit back, pretend you can't chat for a second. I'm telling you my current thought process, which I will try for a little bit, and then I'll try something else. Okay. It seems when I do erratic movements, it resets. So I like talk to it from a certain angle, and then if I do an erratic movement, it's like upset with me. So watch. So that's normal, right? But then if I go like this, okay, and then I talk to it, it's over. If I talk to it like this, and then I go straight for it, it activates. Okay? Which works until this one. I see it. Dang it. I was like, oh, that's 2 steps. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. And it's not a time limit thing, as far as I'm aware. So then what's next? That's not a real question. Don't answer that. So going to the right and then up does not work. Going up and to the right does not work. Jeez Louise. This is fun. This is a lot of fun, by the way. See, it doesn't matter which side you touch it from. Which means there's something else there. Yeah, see, I messed up because I did erratic movement. So there's some movement I'm supposed to be doing here. Left. Okay. Left. Up. Right. Left. Right. What the fudge? Like maybe I have to stay inside of the triangle it's making? What the fudge? Yes, it's the movement. It's definitely a movement thing. Which you would think it would just mean like just go straight across to it, but that doesn't seem to be working. Alright. See, that's not gonna work. Yeah, it's gonna go back. Okay. Okay. What if I just leave? I'll leave you. Goodbye. Now that's a catchy tune. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, 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 alright. Okay, just to make sure, straight over is not it. Okay. See, I messed that one up already. It's definitely my movement. Something about it doesn't like my movement. I wonder if Twitch Plays Pokemon could solve this puzzle within 100 years. I bet it could. Okay. Ah, cool. Cool. That was awesome. Can I say it now? Yes. My assumption is I'm staying within the triangle it's making. That's my assumption. It's like the triangle's getting smaller, and so it's like whatever the direct path is, the quickest way to get to the next one. That's my two thoughts. Is either the quickest way or staying within the thing. Shortest path possible. Yes. Cool. I feel smart. That was cool. Yeah, I was like, that's why I was like, okay, maybe I can like cut it off. Not cut it off, but like, how do I explain it? I changed where it started from. Sorry, where I started from. So there was like no more excuses for something to go wrong, right? I think 100 years for Twitch Plays Pokemon in this would be a miracle. Too much precision and teamwork is required. I don't know. They did so. Fish beat the game, right? Oh, it's only level 30. Yeah, do an Ultra Ball. Dude, what a cool Pokemon! Oh my gosh. Thing is, I don't think you can dumb luck your way through it. I mean, like, for the first, like, 4 steps, I was dumb lucking my way through it. Kind of a strong Pokemon. Okay. It having taunt is very funny. Yeah, but you're a single person. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, yeah. I mean, level 37. Did I save? Oh, I guess, well, yeah. Rock Smash. Ooh, cool Deoxys move. Good. Perfect. Okay, don't kill it though. Jeez Louise. I don't want to hurt it anymore, so we're gonna put it to sleep. is Yawn? Shoot. Well, shoot. All right, I guess we're just gonna throw Pokeballs at you. It's playing 4D chess. It knows I don't want to attack. So it's like, oh, if I taunt... he'll never attack me again. I wonder if it has taunt because it's like its whole thing with Rayquaza, right? It's like a threat, right? It clearly has superpower because it's like one of its like it like psychically moving a bunch of rocks, right? It's like its signature thing. And then it has Psychic because it's Psychic. What's his Lats move? I think the Deoxys movie is my favorite time with Entei, an unknown one. Deoxys movie is way up there for me. I think the voices kind of throw me off. That's like when they had like, not the new voices, but not the old voices, right? Is that true? Am I thinking of the right movie? Or was that the Lucario movie? Something was off about the Deoxys movie in particular. I still really liked it though, but I think I'd watch it in Japanese if I'm thinking of the right thing. Pursuit. Oh yeah, so these are all very Deoxys themed attacks. Yeah, that's a Deoxys themed attack. Deoxys is still for kids. I think the Manaphy one is the first one with new actors. There's one that has like in-between actors that like I really didn't care for. Yeah, Deoxys movie's up there for me. First, I don't know if I would still love the second movie. I'd love to rewatch it to see if I still love it. I mean, it's still probably really good. I just don't know if it's like an all-timer. The Celebi movie is really good. First movie's really good. Heroes is really good. There's a Mirage special that was like testing grounds for a potential new cast. Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I remember just being like, what's going on? As like a kid, I'm like, this isn't right. I like the new actors. I mean, I think he passed away. But like, I love new James. New James is just like I still prefer old James in the sense that like it's the one I grew up with. But like, new James is like fantastic, right? And it's funny. And again, it's mainly because I grew up with it. So like, there's no shade to anybody, right? Obviously, I prefer original Ash, but in my mind, the default is actually new Ash. At some point, like, it overrode. Like, if I think of Ash in my mind, I think of new Ash's voice. New as in, what, 20 years or whatever, right? But like, you know, new, quote-unquote, new Ash is Ash. Woohoo! Yeah! Woohoo! Oh, I got attack form? This Deoxys is transformed into those aggressive guys. It can fool enemies by altering its appearance. This is my favorite form. It's because I got FireRed. Deoxys is transformed into aggressive guys. It can fool enemies by altering its appearance. This is perfect. You're perfect. You're perfect. Woohoo! I don't want to leave. Can I go back? Okay, I can. Good. Don't know why I would want to, but I can, and that's all that matters. Alright, we're putting Deoxys on the team. I don't care if it's a legendary. We're putting it on the team. What would Deoxys be? I mean, other than Psychic type. On my team. I don't know. Who am I swapping with? Move Pokemon. The thing is, like, Golduck is so necessary. Who was originally my last Pokemon? Who did I boot off? Oh, Chiding. I can't get rid of Chiding. He makes Snorlax have Surf. Bold. Hell yeah. Pressure. Raises foe's PP usage. Okay. Taunt. Pursuit. Psychic Superpower. Superpower is interesting, so it's fighting move. I guess that makes sense. It's a superpower. What do I do now, Chad? I'm aimless. I mean, there's stuff in the game I can do. I wonder if I can look up... I have an idea. 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 Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, but I have an idea. Go, 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 go. Faster, 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 faster. Earth Island. Bummer. I was hoping I'd get a little description. Naval Rock. Interesting that you can see where it's at, though. So cool. Oh, I didn't go here. Oh, because I haven't been to 7 yet. Okay, well, anyways, that's the end. We will stream more. I'll just play this game at some point. I love playing this game. I still haven't seen all of it, so I still want to see more. Curious now that the Emerald Town map handles this placement. What? We'll get hold your thought on Emerald. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's interesting. This is a Gen 3 Pokemon, but you get it in. FireRed and LeafGreen. Man, I don't want to stop playing. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, I got playing. Got Giovanni. Lorelei. I need one more Lorelei. Fuji. All right, chat. Join my Patreon. We'll watch Pokemon Origins next week. Bye, everybody. Take care. Goodbye. See you later. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye. Take care. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.